You provoke Gemma, Maryland to Tospo. Yeah, to Tospo. If you eat Kepa, regular, my brother to Tospo. You got a small TV, you got a small radio to Tospo. Yeah, to Tospo. You want to get a news update to Tospo. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibaba, 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 kilibaba. What you want? It's what you got to TV. It's what you got to TV. Yes, sir. This is the show. From the CEO, stand coming with the sport, and your boy. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to the spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to the spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to the spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moreover, to the spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to the spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. You provoke Gemma, Maryland to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. If you eat Kepa, regular, my brother to the spoon. You got a small TV, you got a small radio to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. You want to get a news update to the spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibaba, 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 kilibaba. What you want? It's what you got to TV. It's what you got to Politicians want to make their decision just to postpone. You want to know what happening in the ministry to postpone. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. You just want you and know. If the children crying for starvation, just don't just fall. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't just fall. You want to know what is happening, more don't just fall. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't just fall. You want to know what happening in the ministry, don't just fall. Yeah, don't just fall. Yeah, don't just fall. You from Panjama, Maryland, don't just fall. Yeah, don't just fall. Every get my brother, don't just fall. You got a small TV, you got a small radio, don't just fall. Yeah, don't just fall. You want to get a news update, don't just fall. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today? To get your information for the food to keep my spoon television. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. You just want you and know. If the children crying for starvation, just don't just fall. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't just fall. You want to know what is happening, more don't just fall. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't just fall. You want to know what happening in the ministry, don't just fall. Don't just fall.
Okay, folks, what a way to welcome you to another edition of Spoon Talk. We are here tonight live across the Spoon Network, Spoon FM 107.5. We're live on Fabric Radio 101.1 and across the internet as well on Spoon TV Facebook, Fabric TV Facebook, Super TV on Facebook, and we also on YouTube, and our YouTube handle is Spoon Talk Live. I'd like to welcome all of you to this edition of the program. This is Spoon Talk. This is where you get the news, the updates. This is where you get to know what the happenings are in the country. Again, I'd like to welcome you. Many thanks to Voice of Liberia Network. There's always relaying the program on 104.1, 104.1, Voice of Liberia 104.1, and Voice of Liberia 104.1, and that's in Monrovia, and across the country in Ganga, in Bon County, Voice of Liberia in Grand Bassa County, Voice of Liberia in Lofa County as well. And we want to say thanks to everyone joining us from across those different handles. All right. So thanks for joining us tonight. As we are here to bring you another great edition of Spoon Talk. The CEO and the rest of the team will be joining in. But just before I start, let me say a very big congratulations to one of the very vibrant members of our team, James Gude Flomo, James Samuel Gude Flomo, as he graduates today from the university there. I'm going to get the information right, but James Gude Flomo graduates today with a bachelor's in international relations and political science. Congratulations to you. The international graduate there in Poland. As you can see, the guy is posted. You know, he posted for the photo. We celebrate you today, James, and we wish you all the best as you achieve this milestone. A very big congratulations to you. And we're dedicating this edition of Spoon Talk to you as you celebrate this significant achievement today, graduating from the university there in Poland. Once the CEO comes on, he's going to throw more light on that as we celebrate James Gude Flomo today, the latest graduate on the block. Congratulations to you. And I want to say thanks to everyone joining us right now at about this time. As you all know, we always dedicate the first segment of the program to you so as to hear you talk, to give you that opportunity where you get to speak out on the different issues that are of concern to you, be it health, education, sanitation, and just anything you want to talk about. All right. So we want to say thank you for joining us. Let's go ahead and start to take your calls. Sorry, you know when you're doing multiple things at the same time. But yes, we're here tonight. Thanks for joining us. I'm Nelson Collier. And yes, let me take your calls. 0555-101075 is the number to call tonight. And you'll be live on Spoon Talk. Let's take our first caller here. 0555-101075. Hello, your name and where you call from. Let's hear you. Hello. Hello, can you hear me? Hello. Okay, sorry. Let's take this person. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you joining us from?
Brother, my name is Bo, and I call from my residence, Josephville.
All right. What's on your mind, sir?
What on my mind is evening is up to ready, as soon as civil service at school, right? I was taking the least salary of government officials are taking full salaries. Can you imagine, especially in the health sector, somebody making 125, 120? It's so sorrowful.
Okay. Thank you for your input. I think you have some issues with your network. So let's take this one. Hello. Your name and where you're calling from. Let's hear you. Um, all right, so you can keep your calls coming to 0555 Hello, you're live. Let's hear you. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Hello, are you there?
No.
I'm sorry, your line is breaking in. Hello.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, hello, you're live on the show. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're according from EW.
Okay, Chokon, what's on your mind? Let's hear you.
The thing that on my mind is where the opposition, the government are focusing on the opposition stand up bearer that he's sick. What people when we carry the man here around that the man is sick? Yeah. No, we're making the man too famous until everything about the man in the heart of Liberian people. Why we can't forget about the man and do our thing that we want to do? When Jovia is sick, the party people will announce it. Why people carry the man here around putting the man paper on street that the man sick, he now well, what other one for?
All right, that's a great concern. Thanks a lot for your input tonight. We appreciate you. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Let's hear you.
This is from far away.
All right, please go ahead. Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
For you go to very late director because 20 they lost 100,000. But I'm not seeing anything.
You said you said 20,000. What happened to 20,000? Your line is breaking.
100,000. You know, for this project and for every law we're gonna.
I'm sorry. Your line is not good. Hello.
Yeah, hello, Desi.
Yeah, hello. You're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, my name is Nudan and I call from 540.
All right. Go ahead. What's on your mind?
Yeah. What on my mind is there's a clinic on the island, they call it Boga clinic right on the island here. They say that President Boga, when you're in opposition, they say he don't want to be that clinic, but it's very expensive, my brother. I tell you, to go out there sell for last fee, they will say you $200 US. Very on the same island here. So I have a Boga for you or that private clinic for the island here.
All right. Thank you very much. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, hello, you're live. Let's hear your name and where you're calling from.
This is Tony Farley calling from Obokawa. Nelson.
Yeah, please go ahead, sir. Please go ahead. Hello, can you hear me? Seeing we lost that caller. Hello.
Nelson.
Yes, sir. Hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Wave it to you.
Yes, sir. Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
Thank you. Lost in Pine.
Yeah, Lost in Pine. Go ahead.
Thank you for your energy. Look, here's what have to do with the local news on the media. Our official in the United States government, I mean.
Okay.
Look, let me say this. When the town is here, the CDC, some partisans were complaining on all our officials' name that they were mean.
Okay.
And that alone led to the defeat of the CDC. So all the people voted the way they voted. Political reward is not in here, brother. It's on air here. Somebody support you, will be able to at least certify them. No. To conclude on this, no. When you get the money as an official, because the public is for one person. Everyone else that voted would not be able to try in one office. That you have time. But be able to answer your friend call. Be in the banker. Everyone. When you pick up our border, our church on the border thing. And today we are successful.
All right. Thank you.
Don't say this is not what they do. So opinion can do it at the name.
I mean, a family member talking.
This is not what we are doing here. We're doing here.
Thank you very much for your input. Yeah,
A lot of family member. The man ranking and do that family member, right? Like of course, right?
No, but the men are political men, and so when you say thank you, they think you're happy.
Yeah, thank you, Mina. They should continue. But look how General Damo. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we got Damo General from on new location today, somewhere behind Jade. The man is joining up. What you got there? Is that power or what's that? What on your t-shirt? What's that? Without hearing you, man. We are not hearing you.
I think the internet is internet.
That internet that the man have phone and earpiece. I see, it's not connecting. I see Damo with headphone too. Let me put my own headphone up.
Oh.
Tango, sunshine calling. One tango, sunshine calling. Can you read me, ladies and gentlemen? Can you hear me?
I think we can hear.
But I have look at like game or headphone. Like somebody like play video game. Now the headphone again.
Yes, but I'm picking game like video game headphone. But Diamond though, something strange happened today. Diamond Nelson, look who's this. James Gooden Flavor. I know the man won't smile. The man graduated today. Bravo to James, man. At least we'll save our little money now. We've been studying the beginning now. He finished graduating. But bravo to him, Dama. It's a good time, It's a great time for James Gooden.
Yeah, it is. If you look at the picture there, you can see there is a mixture of emotions, he wants to cry, he wants to smile at the same time, he's overwhelmed with emotions. But we say congratulations to James. Job well done. I know what it takes to start all over, especially the fact that he enrolled in the university.
Dama, I'm saying this because I'm relieved. And when the man told me
that you can't pay my own school fee, you relieve. Why relieve? You relieve? Don't be relieved.
No, but the man, no. James Gooden said, you didn't relieve here because I went for my master. I said, James, no. The contract for you to do your 4 years and go back to Liberia. The man said, you going back to Liberia.
I thought beyond close to again.
No, man, what beyond close? So let me go back to Liberia. All the people you writing against other people, let you go back and see how it is.
You don't put a main situation.
Other people you regularly come out of that, brother. When they we want to say congratulations to James. I mean, we are so proud of James. Seriously, the network is so proud of James. He obtained a bachelor today in political science and some other yama. But again, we want to say, forget a yama. He got a degree now. James has a degree now, so he has elevated himself, and glory be to God. Thank God for everything. Congratulations to James. Wherever you guys are, go on our page, go on James' Facebook page, go on the Spoon Network page, and send him a message. We're so happy to have James Gooden Flow, but now he will be going for his master. Again, it's a great achievement. All thanks and praises belong to God. To God be the glory. We're so happy that through it all, James achieved something. We're happy for this. I had a guy from Fisibu, right? Of Brisbane. What kind of boo? What kind of boo you from?
He's a boy guy.
Gisi boy guy. From way beyond God back in Lo-Fi, Gisi boy guy. Way beyond God back in Lo-Fi, Gisi boy guy. We want to say thank God for James. As a matter of fact, let me call him briefly. I know we got a lot to talk about today, but let's just hear what James had to. He called me. He said, "See, I said, man, I've been calling you, calling Oma." He said, "Oh, I come to call Oma. See you. I'm so happy." I said, "Then don't call me. We're happy for you. We share this time with you. But guys, I don't know where you are right now. We just want to say we are so proud of James Gooden Flomo. We're so happy for James Gooden Flomo. Yeah, it's been a long journey. We say thanks to everyone that were part of this journey in helping James to achieve this big one in his life. Thanks to everyone. We can't even call your name, but we just say the good, the bad, the imposition, the opposition. Somebody said our Joey project. Somebody said James graduation at John Weir Project. I said, but man, but
yeah.
These guys don't cease to just bring this kind of job. They said because it was on a John Weir administration, James went to Europe. So that John Weir Project.
Anything that started under the former president and the former president project. And
I tend to agree that we have project because James went to Europe during the CDC regime. I was doing that time. So yeah, it's one of the, you could say it started as a we are project and it got concluded under the Mbaka administration. So we have started
government
and the Mbaka government dedicating the degree. So it started with we are and ends with Mbaka.
So the programs for the project doing former President Weir and dedicating the project doing President Mbaka.
But yet and still, I do believe that it's a good time for James. I'm so happy. The man alignment, the man direct line, Aaron Orville, they begin joining you. I call him on the WhatsApp. I mean, it's not going through. I'm calling the direct line. It's not going through. So it's something about James. But again, we want to say happy graduation day to James. We're so thankful, we're so blessed, we're so happy, and we're grateful to God. And to all of you out there that push James, continue to push him, man. It'll be only important that James will return to that country, with a master's degree that he can contribute to the nation. I want to say, James, to you, congratulations, and God bless you. Oh, amen. Yeah. I want to share tears, Diamond. I want to share tears. Seriously.
But you can cry. Men do cry. Men do cry. It's an emotional moment. So you make him cry. Make him cry. Why you stop Latin with Latin? Make him cry. Make him most of the children.
I want to share tears. It was a great day, a great journey. Yeah, right. Well, I will cry because Jane they hired up again. I want to say congratulations to James, folks. We're so happy that we can share this time with him. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, wherever you're joining us, we want to say thank you. We'll be jumping into this. We have a few guests in studio today. There are how many? 2 or 1? How many we have in studio?
There's one person here.
One person for now. Okay. We will be discussing issue of national concern, whatever you find us. But I'd like to play this video. We got a big show today. Something so big. Just share the show. I can't believe, man. We got Yomdi talking today. She was speaking about the political party headquarters. Can you imagine? Yomdi said, yes, they get a headquarters too. Yomdi was also speaking about the Igbo man and Ito. Yomdi was also speaking about a lot of stuff. We're going to cover it. They dismissed a suspension letter that was given to Charles Johnson from Sam Gate. We got something playing. That was given from Sam Gate to that of Charles Johnson, and this is a big one. Who actually suspended Charles Johnson and why they suspended him? A lot of people are asking why they suspended Charles Johnson. Who is Charles Johnson, by the way? I mean, this is Charles Johnson. I'm sorry to share his wife picture, but he's they call him 51, right, Dama? 51.
Yeah. That's Unit 51.
Unit 51 of EPS. Yes, EPS Unit 51. So Sam Gate saying that, listen, this guy got to go. Sam Gate don't want to work with him. But the reason why Sam Gate is saying he does not have the educational credential to work with him. But surprisingly, Damo, we have the man education document, his graduation, his certificate, everything we have it will be displayed. But Sam Gate saying, by director of the director, you are hereby ordered to immediately stand down as acting assistant director. Stand down. We'll go through this, and this is Sam Gate. Sam Gate is in cutthroat, no blood. We'll talk about it likewise. Also, the court is, angry with Gregory Coleman. The court, hold him under contempt for failing to do what he needed to do, but we'll discuss it likewise. And again, you join us because today we are going to talk about the House of Representatives after Sekou Dukle, the National Police Authority Managing Director Sekou Dukle, saying that this guy, over alleged beating of an employee. But who wrote this? I'm hearing that Alex Noah, representative of Sano County, wrote this. we'll talk about that. We're going to talk about the lawmakers to ratify Ivanko concession agreement. This is new. Ivanko is back on the table. We'll also be discussing the breaking news. I told you about Gregory Coleman already. We get other videos that we'll be sharing with you concerning Zoe panel speaking. We'll talk about the video concerning Fonati Kofa, his bill that he put on the floor today. And also the issue about Francis Dopo. Francis Dopo said he's mad. The reason why the president fired Enfield director, well, we're going to bring in the man himself, Yan Twine. What's his position on everything that is happening? We can't just forget about Internal Affairs Minister Francis Humilly. Francis Humilly is getting the asking, man, what's the government $5.something billion? The man gave no reason why he did with the money, but the money gone. There's a lot of story coming up your way. Continue to share the show. Let's make progress. But before we go any further, I like to play this video. You know, this is an old video, but I think it's important for us to play. Take a listen.
President said most of the things I wanted to say, but I don't want to add on it. President, the biggest burden of keeping the peace in this country is on 105 of us. 105. Out of almost 5 million people in this country, we are only 105 people that are privileged to lead them. And not because we are better than them, it's because we've been given a space. There are people out there that are more qualified than all of us in this room. But we were given a space to be here. Anyone you see in government was brought in government by 105 of us. Whether you are a minister, whether you are a staffer in the legislature, whether it's the secretariat here, 105 are approved everyone on the government payroll. They got to come through us. And that's why when somebody say, to whom much is given, much is expected, that's where it comes from. Brother, all the citizens they couldn't pay money in government account, whether by taxes or whatever. When they all get rack out for that money, they don't put that right, so you think it's all to be happening. Only us, we are treated differently because the standard is here. Yes. Brother, when you go in home now, people are landlord in the street. You're not better than them, but at the standard, they put you up there so they look up to you. So you must think up there. You can't think down again when you're up there. To think down, then you're not supposed to be leader. You're supposed to resign and go back down there. And that's why when you hear people talking a carrot, that's where it's coming from. Not because we hate him or because he's in position, opposition. That's not the issue. Brother, all the children, most of the children were born either 1998, 99, 2000, 2003, 2004. Those are my children. And at that age, there's a zooming. When they wear that barrel, they wear the khaki, they want to show that they strength. You're supposed to think for them and yourself. You're supposed to think for both of y'all. If don't children say, I will not go there. Why are we going to do that? If that peace is not kept, we will not be senators. Thank you. If the issue yesterday escalated to the extent that somebody died, the citizens get in the street and brought the government down, we will not be senators. For us to be senator is for the place to be peaceful, and that's why we will keep it peaceful to ride our air-conditioned car, air-conditioned office, because a lot of people outside there, they get it. So they got to be on us.
That's the one we can forget.
Brother, I can say an example. I was watching the video the day the guy in Guinea took over. The speaker had gone to a meeting to represent the country. And the army took over the man could not come again, not speaker again. because there was no peace. And so when we sit here, air conditioner blowing off, security dying off, and everything is okay, it's because it is peaceful. So our best interest is to keep the peace. And even everybody want to confuse the peace because they want to take off from here, let's keep it. Don't want confusion come will not be here. So brother Akara misbehaved yesterday. He misbehaved yesterday.
I thought it true.
I mean, I'm a colleague. If Akara, I'll listen to the radio in the morning. Akara should have used all the calls from the radio to say, God bless you. If the boy not going to talk to me, y'all going to see what I'm going to do over there. You win, my man. You're the B-man. People know you can run behind all the children. Who don't know that? When Akara rally all the children run away from the camera, who don't know in the town? Who you want to tell? We know. Each of us here, we can gather our men and move on our camera and run those children off. Everybody know. If I one B-man, one labor. Y'all make it confusing the time you say you'll beat the picking run away. You'll beat the picking. The day you fight out picking, lie down your own finish. So don't fight him. Keep making him scary. Keep making him scary. Akara had a perfect opportunity yesterday to escape. I mean, I listened to the radio, everybody calling. Akara will beg you don't go there. Akara will beg you don't go there.
So that's the reason why Nelson, we played this diamond. There's a reason why, and we'll discuss it further. I'm not talking about the Akara portion, diamond, right? Because that's history. But what the vice president, then senator, said, the air-conditioned cars, the air-conditioned offices, the security. And when you make the people angry, you can lose them all. That's very important to discuss. That's huge. When you make the people angry, you will lose all of those things because it's only privilege given to you by the people. But what's happening today? Want to say continue to share our show? Go on Facebook, go on YouTube, go anywhere. You can find us and share this program. We're so happy. Download, check the super as well. I think we need to reconnect super, but we're so happy. What say you? We have somebody in studio real quick, download before we're going to discuss with a guest briefly. Then from there, the team going to come out on top of the hour. What time is it? Oh, are we on time here, right? I'll tell you what, 3:30. No, it's 4:39. So let's hear you, Diamond. And then we would bring, who do we have in studio?
We should be having someone from the Commission on Disability also. Nelson will better introduce the person, but I'm sure that's the area.
So it's Samuel S. Dean Sr. And he's already in studio. So
are we having the other gentleman from the foundation, Dama?
No, I'll send you a text concerning that.
Okay. All right. So we got there's an issue, right? And I think we had that video. I don't know where is it. Those with disability, they engaged in some kind of situation with the Liberia National Police and in front of the executive mansion. So today, you give the man Nisha ish that the man ish.
No,
ish.
No, it's edited already. Yeah.
Okay. So let's bring him on and talk to him real quick before the rest of the guys join us to have the discussion for today. Let's bring Mr. Samuel Dia, D-E-A-H, Samuel Dia. Let's bring him on, please.
Dean. Okay, Dean. Okay.
Oh, that N, not Ish. Okay, Dean. That Musa Dean, little brother. I'm just kidding. Let's bring Mr. Dean on. Son Dean, how you doing, Chief? How are you today?
Yeah, I'm doing great. Happy to be here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's cool that you're joining us about the disability issue. There you go. That's what happened. We are losing his video.
Yeah, he'll come true.
Yeah.
I think
Okay. So let's put him down and then and we'll bring him back up once he's ready. But Dama, let's talk about this issue real quick while we reconnect with Mr. Dean. Is he ready, Nelson?
Yeah, he's ready. Yeah.
All right, Mr. Dane, like I was saying, man, it's good to have you in the studio. Thank you for joining us. Can you introduce yourself? I seriously, I don't know you, and a lot of folks out there may not know you. So can you please do us the honor to introduce yourself?
Okay, so my name is Samuel S. Dean Senior, and I'm the Executive Director of the National Commissions on Disabilities and the Chief Inclusivity Officer of the Republic of Liberia. The National Commissions on Disability is a statutory body established in 2005 by an act of legislation to provide for the socioeconomic well-being of persons with disabilities and to advocate on their behalf, to make sure that there are accessibility standards, to make sure that there are census done to be able to provide disability equity for them. The commission just about do everything for persons with disabilities without little budgetary allocation. But mostly we advocate for policies to improve the living standard of persons with disabilities.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Dane. And listen, thank you for joining us. It's very important to see you in studio, because a lot of people, for a lot of people, what was the difference when you talk about Group of 77 and those with disability?
Okay, so the Group of 77 is a charitable organization of the government that is overseen by the office of the vice president, and the vice president's wife have custodianship of the Group of 77. We started in the year 1977 when President William R. Tolbert saw it in his wisdom to have a paradigm shift from the charitable model to the social model of disability, and that is the same kind of model that we want to carry on with the commission. Now, the Group of 77 was never legislated as a government entity, even though all the powers that be have custodianship over the Group of 77. Like I said, the vice president's office, and then the second lady, carry on the duties, since the vice president have a bigger calling. Now, the National Commissions on Disability, on the other hand, is a statutory body enacted by an act of law in 2005 to provide for the socioeconomic well-being for the most underestimated, overlooked, marginalized, and discriminated against. Liberia took a leap even before the UNCRPD, or the United Nations Convention on the Rights and Dignity of Persons with Disabilities, was signed, because ours was in 2005 and the UNCRPD was in 2012. So we've been very innovative in that light. And the commission, with the right funding, can really make a big difference in the lives of persons with disability, because we have this statutory mandate to be able to improve the living standard of persons with disabilities.
It's good to have you, though.
Yes,
I think you help us understand how will I know who is under the Group of 77 and who are those under your group, which is the disability group. How, for me, because everybody put all of them together, so people with disability. Can you really simplify for us? How do we know which one of those groups you take care of? Because people blind, deaf, dumb, crippled, lame, whatever you call it. How do I know which group you take care of?
So the deaf are just the deaf. Nobody like to be called dumb, but it's just politically correct way to say it, because they prefer to be called deaf or hard of hearing. Well, holistically, they call them persons with disabilities, persons with physically challenged, like me, or persons with visual impairment, or the blind, as some of them prefer to be called, and the deaf people, and also people with mental illness. I think even those reeling from drug-induced psychosis, or if you may, categorize under the persons with disabilities. Now, like I said before, the vice president office have general custodialship of persons with disability, period, because of the political cleavage.
So hold on 1 minute, and that's where I'm going. I need you to be very, very clear on that, right?
Yeah.
Every Liberian with disability, the vice president office is responsible for them.
It's a custodian, and it's what happened is there are a lot of collaboration and coordination that's supposed to be going on. If you look at the Ministry of Gender, Children, and Social Protection, that social protection ambit, disability falls within the shop. But when it comes to statutory mandate to be able to provide policies,
listen, we can have that another day. I really want to know who you, Sam Day, who are you responsible for?
I'm responsible for all 1 million persons with disabilities in Liberia. I'm responsible.
What kind of disability? Is that 2-3 different kind of disability that the vice president office oversee, and you oversee differently?
No, I'm responsible statutorily to provide custodialship for every person with disabilities, statutorily. You understand? But of course, the vice president and I are not equal in rank because he's the vice president. I'm just a government appointee to be able to provide policies, like I said, for persons with disability to improve their lives. So, for example, in 2021, I was a consultant with the National Commission on Disabilities, and we wrote something called Strategic Roadmap. And that strategic roadmap was like the holy grail to guide how persons with disabilities are to be treated in Liberia. And the United Nations Development Agency adopted that, and they call it the National Action Plan. So that's where the National Commission on Disability comes in. We're mostly policy driven. We're an advocacy group too.
What was your budget?
Okay, when I inherited the National Commission on Disability, our budget was $280,000, and part of our achievement was to make sure that we drive home a disability inclusive, a disability responsive budget. So when the AID consultations were being held, we made sure that we were a part of it in every county, and then we decided to have an exclusive meeting to that effect because we wanted to make sure that persons with disability, were straight, and that the AID was not just a mere hypocritical rhetoric, but it was going to internalize its definition. And by the way, the AID was inspired by persons with disabilities. Before the AID, I think you guys remember.
So have you received all of your amount that your budget amount to 200 and some thousand others?
Well, the 200,000, I think 280,000 was very small because we were about 1 million person, and I was trying to tell you about the advocacy that drove the budget to almost $1 million. And
that's not about what you have received the 280,000.
That was last year. I got appointed last year. We received that money. And we used it, but this year our budget is around 500,000. In fact, it was
that amount. Very quick, my last question, then we'll bring in Diamond because we got only 10 more minutes to spend with you. The 280,000, is it different from the budgeted amount given to the vice president office for Group of 77?
Yes, we're an autonomous body, and we have our own budget. So the vice president's budget is different from our budget.
Okay, Diamond, you have a question for Sam Dean?
Yes, thank you, CEO. I do have a question for Mr. Dean. It's a pleasure seeing you. The last time I did speak with you, you were a representative candidate in either District 7 or 8, if I can place the right district. Okay, District 8. Thank you. So what I want to know is, you say you're policy driven mainly, and you also say you're there to take care of all 1 million people living with disability in Liberia. Are you concerned about facilities in our country that are not disability friendly, ranging from public transportation to public spaces and the rest, as part of making it inclusive, let alone the educational system in our country? Are you concerned about that as well?
And your studio too. I think we need to carry an accessibility audit of this studio and
Yeah,
find.
I think you're wrong. The studio have an ADL, right, Dama? We have a ramp for individual
No,
disability.
ramp accessibility is way more than ramp. We're talking
I mean,
about
okay,
providing.
we're gonna put elevator there. Let's get back to the conversation, my friend.
Yeah. An elevator and a ramp, and then you have to make the bathrooms big enough. Yeah, we're serious about that. I think you heard me talk about it earlier. Part of our mandate is to make sure that there are accessibility standards. And I'm surprised that some of you don't know me, but I have literally crawled down the national legislature, the Senate wing, because they have an elevator there, but they have chosen with deliberate indifference now to fix that elevator. I fought with even Dylan about that elevator. So we're serious about making sure that Liberia is accessible by world-class standard, and we're going to start to find people who build more than one story without considering the fact that there are other people, some similar to the ADA. That's what we're trying to do. So we're very serious about accessibility standard, and we're going to find people. And once our auditors find out that the place is not built by universal design, there's going to be a fine. So we're serious about that. But way more than that, we're serious about doing a disaggregated data, a registry, because there cannot be the disability equity if we don't know our people. How can we help our people? So a lot of things around here is going to change. We're even thinking about something called a National Disability Equity Fund that we can leverage to be able to get our people out of the poverty-stricken lives. Because if you look at what happened with BA Mountain, they made $800 million last year. And ArcelorMittal Steel made $600 million. We sit on some of the world's largest resources, yet our people suffer. Yet our people are aggressive panhandlers. Yet our people are street beggars. Enough is enough. The last time we had a conversation with the guy at the commissioner at the National Investment Commission, and he admitted that these corporations and multinationals, if you made exploit our country for 3%, it's not doing enough for corporate social responsibility. And we're not going to get into the politics of the 3% and the counter development fund and all of that. We just want our fair share of corporate social responsibility to improve our people's lives. So we're big on policy, regulations, and all of that. And that is
my last question to you, Mr. Dean, before we pass the mantle to another person. With all of these nice things you're saying, why is it people within your community are saying they don't want you on the commission? I remember the last person who occupied that position prior to you was also protested against, that she wasn't in their interest. Why do you think people are protesting that they do not want you at that commission, even though you sound innovative and you want the fair treatment for people living with disability in Liberia? Thank you.
You never appreciate the well until the water runs dry. We bring innovation to the fray. We're trying to take Liberia out of Monrovia. It's a new phenomenon. A lot of time, persons with disabilities, we're trying to graduate persons with disabilities from the codependency syndrome to living self-sustainable lives. And now the new advocacy is to make sure that persons with disability is able to manage a small business. In yesteryears, and President Weah did tremendously well to introduce this social welfare program, where he gave the commission over $700 million for them to be able to get persons with disability out of the dungeon of their poverty-stricken lives or whatever. But the last director, though optimistic and overzealous, didn't do the right thing. Let's call a spade a spade. She took that money and she started donating it, 100,000 at the time, 300,000, 150,000, buying people keke and motorbikes and all of that. It didn't work out because those same people that are protesting were the people that they bought bikes for, they bought keke for, and they bought a whole bunch of stuff for. And guess what? The next day they were in the streets. So we're trying to make sure that we're going to target this time around people who will make the program self-sustainable so that the government can put more money into the program so that we can reach more people with disabilities. Part of the qualm is, why is it that we decentralize the program? our government, the AID, especially Pillar 6, Human Capital Development, speaks to inclusivity. If we're going to internalize inclusivity, then that means we have to decentralize the program. We have to take Liberia out of Monrovia. That is why when we ran the pilot project, we decided to target 5 of the big 6 counties, which are Monserrado, Bon County, Nimba County, Lofa County, and Grand Bassa County. And we did tremendously well. We piloted a project that should carry us for the next 5 years. And the pilot project was, targeted these counties, and we're supposed to target at least 100 persons on the 4 pillars: entrepreneurship, skill training for business, and even financial aid, which we rolled out successfully. And even the Ministry of Finance.
We're going. I'm sorry to cut you off, but we have about 2 more minutes to go, and we want to say it's so good. I'm still confused. Maybe we'll have sufficient time with you next time as to the different budget allocation. One to the group of 77 under the vice president office, and another 280,000 to you. What led to this? Let me play this video.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is where we are. But it's not easy here. And of course, you following the activity. The visually impaired is in tussle with the police officer. It's not easy. Please share the video here at the executive action. It's not easy, ladies and gentlemen. The visually impaired is tussling with the police. And so there you have it. There you have it. The police.
Sam, who are those? I mean, what's going on? Are those part of your group of?
The persons with disabilities, the person with visual impairment, but theirs is more politically driven because for some reason or another, people who occupy this seat before thinks in their psyche reality that I have something to do with their dismissal or their lack of return. Every time when a government changes, the president appoints persons at his will and pleasure. So the whole thing is a political game that is being played by a handful of people that go by the name of Association of Blind Street Beggars, who can be found at places like the Saturna Pavilion and at the back of the Providence Baptist Church. These people are part of the National Commissions on Disabilities, but as you know, Project won't cover everybody. Project has a certain target. And like I said, we targeted 100 persons in these 5 counties. We came up to almost 200 persons, and they weren't shortlisted. You know what I mean? We're not going to be able to satisfy everybody. Even the Bible said the poor is always going to be amongst us. So I talked to them, and I told them, I was like, we had 2 dialogues. The first one was good because they came to my office. It was behind closed door. The next one turned into a protest. And I had to quiet them down by giving them like $150 for water and food, and I tried to tell them that, the program is already rolled out. You guys have to be patient for the next time around.
Listen, Sam,
yeah.
listen. You gave them $150 US?
Yeah, out of my own pocket. It was not
You give them $150 US out of your own money.
Yeah, because they were waiting for me. Like I said, we're supposed to have another dialogue. But because I'm empathetic to the plight of my people, I say I don't come all the way to the office of Congo Town. I will come to you. And you understand? My car was giving crap.
I don't understand, Sam. Sam, I don't understand. You're confusing me. When I really don't understand, because if they are part of your organization, right? Mm-hmm. If these people you're telling us they're part of you, they're part of the vice president office, because you guys are the same, and then you are taking $150 out of your pocket, you say your own money, but these people talk about $280,000 the government have given you. People want to know how
the government did not give $280,000. There was a PSIP, public sector investment project of 200,000 United States dollars that was rolled out for all the programs I told you about. I told you that there was entrepreneurship program, skill training program, agro business
How
program.
does that help the people with disability, man? You talking about one whole year? Listen to me. Listen. One whole year, they gave you 280,000. As small as the money.
280,000, 200,000.
But you said 280 from the beginning.
No,
right?
you were asking about our budget, and I told you when we first inherited the National Commission on Disabilities, our budget was 200,000. Now our budget is 500,000. 200,000 of that 500,000 is not for recurring expenditure. It's for this program that I told you about, this economic empowerment grant program.
So let's forget about all those sweet words of program. We got to go. I hope we can find enough time to have this conversation. But I would just give one question.
Out to you to help us to raise funding for persons with disabilities. Yeah, international, a big platform, and I think it's important for us as Liberians to do that.
Sam. Let's talk about what you have received, whether for project or for the people's own benefit, directly or indirectly. We are confused. The government is giving your group money, and the government is giving the office of the vice president money. And these people are on the street, and you say they are not in the line of your organization. So
I never said that.
Let me finish. You can correct me, sir. And some of them, the money didn't reach down to them. So when they approach you, you took $150 and you give it to them. To me, it's an insult to the organization.
No, that was not what happened. That was not what happened.
Because if you take your own money, allow me to finish, Brother Sam. Brother Sam, allow me to finish, sir.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chief. I think it's even more concerning. It's even more shameful that we are talking about over 1 million plus individuals with disability, right? And we are talking about 200,000 or 500,000. And you saying the money cannot reach to everyone. It's true. I do believe it. But the little you have, and when these people came on the street to demonstrate, and they get in problem with police officer, you say, well, you didn't send them these hustlers. I will put it in my own terms. I think it's concerning though. But hold on there, and let me give the rest of the guys chance to ask you the one question quickly, and then we're going to just please. Fubi, do you have question, Chief Fubi? Real quick, just one.
Oh, so good evening, Sam. Sam, my man. So I got a question for Sam tonight. Long time.
Thank you very much. That friendship and brotherhood, like man. Kanyo, do you have question? Kanyo, Councilor Bala, do you have question? All right.
Yes, I do have a question, but I want to preface my question with a comment, if that is acceptable.
Yeah, if you will not be, we got to be fast. So go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Sam, you're quite a very eloquent guy, and you seem to know about the issues. I think that is good for a leader. And I can only exhort you to do better in terms of connecting with your base and connecting with the people who you represent. Because beyond all the talking, I can tell you, if a significant portion of your constituency have issues with you, it is not about how you are knowledgeable or how you communicate. It undermines your leadership. My question to you is that everybody seems to blame the president for that demonstration on Monday. Some people say, I don't know whether it's on Monday or whatever day it was. Some people say the president was nonchalant, he didn't respond. I don't believe so. But you are the primary, custodian. And like you pointed out, you're very right. People still think that the vice president is responsible. But statutorily, since we passed the disability law in 2015, I believe, the National Commission on Disability is the primary institution responsible for the welfare of people who are disabled. That's why you get a budgetary allocation. So the question you need to ask, as an emissary and a representative of the president is, why were your people on the streets before the executive mansion, where the president is being blamed when you have a responsibility to look after them? Well, why did that happen?
I can answer now.
Go ahead, Chief. Go ahead, Sam.
Okay,
Yes,
so,
go ahead, Sam.
let me backtrack a little bit. What happened was when we roll out the program and they found out that they were not shortlisted, they called me and they said that they wanted share of the money that was disbursed in this program. And I told them, I was like, this program is for 5 years, and if you didn't get this year, be patient. You will get next year, because it's for 5 years. We're trying to improve the living standard of over 5,000 persons with disabilities over the next 5 years. And you know about Project like I do, and Project has a target, and everybody will not be shortlisted. And persons with disabilities are human beings too, and they felt disenchanted, and rightfully so. But we tried to dialogue with them twice before they even went to the mansion. The first dialogue was they came to the office. There were like 5. The leaders came. When the leaders came, they said we were about 85. So I said, okay, no problem. Let me see the 85 persons so I can give them the same message. So I went to where they were, because I wasn't going to be insensitive and say bring all 85 persons to my office. I know the constraint. So I went to where they were, where they do their little hustle, and I tried to talk to them. And when I tried to talk to them, they were adamant that they wanted their share of money, the same amount that I share with other people. They wanted that money. And I tried to tell them that it just wasn't possible. So they said, well, then our next course of action will be to go and protest to the government, to the president, and I told them, I was like, this is not the best thing for us to do right now, to go and protest. Everybody's protesting. I think dialogue is the way to go. So it's not like I was insensitive to their plight and I didn't want to do anything about them. I tried to dialogue with them. I tried to have some semblance of conflict management, because at that juncture, there couldn't be a resolution. But let me be unequivocally clear here. These people,
so is the president to blame for that protest?
No, the president is not to blame. The protest was politically motivated. Let me be very honest with you. If we have to be honest with ourselves. Well, I got my theories. You understand what I mean? And allegedly, what I heard them saying most of the time was, "Oh, the last director was better than you." That's why I used the term that you don't appreciate the well until the water runs dry. They kept talking about the last director, because President Weah gave them over $700 million, and it was election time, and he was trying to appease voters. So they just think that same kind of money still around to be dished out to them. And like I said before, those same group of people that are disenchanted today, that we all feel sorry for, because they are out there with their kids 3 at a time, 4 at a time, in ensuing traffic, whereas these children should be in school, were already empowered by President Weah. Say what you want to say about President Weah, but President Weah introduced this social welfare program that we are still rolling out. And President Weah gave these people money to get off the street. But they're adamant.
700 million?
Let me just say this, please. They are adamant that they will not leave the street because they make $4,000 a day. If somebody makes $20 US a day, it's going to be hard for them to leave the street, except the government have a program where they can give each of them at least $500 for social welfare. But we are under-budgeted. If we had at least $10 million, we could be able to achieve that. I just
Thank you very much, Sam. Guys, we got to go. Sorry if you came late. You cannot squeeze in your question, but let me just give one to say this to you. We have the last director. We'll be speaking to her. She listened to you, by the way. The ambassador will be speaking to her. But again, for me, to say the truth, my brother, I think what you say here today, I can tell you, man, you are performing poorly. We can talk in the back, though. That's my own opinion, me, not about the network.
Yeah.
You cannot give some people money and give some people money. Then you say, not there, your witness here. The people will not witness here to eat.
But even the last director didn't give everybody money.
I'm not talking about the last. I'm not. Listen, that's why the last director not there again.
Because the
No, I don't think that's why she's not there. She's not there because she politicized the National Commission and she's still running politics. She used that place to campaign for Wea. She did that. She politicized that place.
Sam, she's not there
The
because
was politically driven.
Sam, hold on 1 minute. She's not there because we removed George Manawea. So therefore she fought.
Yeah, because she politicized the place. She decided to use the place to run campaign for Wea. She's still using it.
I am talking about you. I am talking about you. And what is happening is that these people went to the executive mansion to protest because what was given to you, they never received some of it. They are angry. So they went to protest. So the reason of protest was good. If they don't protest, we would not know, you would not be on Spoon today. So the reason of protesting was good. Now they have brought awareness to this. That's why Councilor Bada is asking you that if you are fair in doing that job with the little you have, it will going to go a long way. And there will be more protests. It's not because of the last director. You say President Bwaga did well. I mean, President Wea did well. But what are you doing with the little you receive? You talk about innovation. You talk about building places here and there. To me, my dear brother and friend, I would love to have you back for us to go through this, but I think you can do better. I think you should do more than what you're doing. If the amount is small, go and lobby the lawmakers, reach out to the executive and beg for more. But it's so confusing that the office of the vice president, right, Jefferson, receiving a budget for the same people, and you receiving money for the same people, but nobody knows what the heck going on, and the people still on the street protesting. My man, you're gonna do better. And we're glad to have you, my brother Sam. Next time we're trying to make our place affordable for you and all this other disability. It's good that you pointed that out. But again, I think it's an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment not only to the president, it's an embarrassment to our nation that we don't have the resources to help these people, and the little that you have, you say you're taking $150 from your pocket. What a disgrace. What $150 do to the people? You that $150 was in your own money. That your paycheck, maybe it came from the $200,000. That was in your own money. But my brother, I don't want to go too far. God bless you. God keep you. God bless our country. We'll talk off camera. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, I don't. Let her bring in the last director real quick. She just called. She listened to him. Your name and where you joining us from, man?
Thank you so much. My name is Dento Wantoma Pebe. You will always hear Ambassador Dento Wantoma Pebe because I was certified as a young ambassador for peace as a result of advocacy for the rights and dignity of persons with disability in 2009. And I was privileged to have served the commission for 1 year, 6 months, and the following year was election, which was 2021 June, and then 2023 it ended with transition January 22nd, 2024.
So what you heard from Mr. Sam Dean, what say you?
So what happened is I just got a call from someone and they said to me, turn to Spoon, and I've been trying to reach out to you doing something different. So I was like, what kind of number they can use to go? And then when she sent me the number, it was your number. That's how I just reached out about text. And a lot of things he said that I didn't really listen to, but one of the things was that when I was at the commission, I gave money to people, and that now that he's doing the right thing, this is why the people, I went and told people to demonstrate. That's the main thing that made me to reach out to you. And honestly, I will appreciate an opportunity to really discuss, because by the grace of God, I have been privileged to have been with the disabled community actively from 2004 up to date. I was part of those who wrote the act and petitioned the House of Legislature. But then I was with the Association of Disabled Female headed by my predecessors, Madam Ricardia Dennis. So that's how far I started with the commission, and having been given the opportunity to have served, it was like a dream come true. So all of that we can be able to go through along with that of the group of 77, the role of the commission, the role of the union. Those are things that I was schooled, that I passed through because our mentor and that's how where I am.
Thank
and
you.
I just want to say clear to the Liberian people and those in the diaspora, I'm not a part of any demonstration. I'm not even aware that demonstration was taking place. My Facebook page was hacked since August. I'm not even on Facebook. I've been fighting to get it back. I don't hardly listen to radio. Except somebody call me and say, this is being said about you. That's the only time I can try to reach out.
So let's find a time. Let's find a time. We'll bring you on. Reach out to, just send me the text message. I'm going to send you Diamond phone number that you reach out to Diamond and we'll set you and bring you on, okay?
All right. Thank you so much. And I appreciate the fact that you called me. I appreciate that.
No, but thank you for calling me. You called me. I didn't call you, but I said thank you very much, Ambassador. It's always good to have you. All right. All right. So there you have it. I want to say for me, I am not Jefferson. I'm coming to you. Welcome to the show, guys. I'm not too convinced with Sam. I wish him well. I think he can do a better job. Like the counselor asked this question, it was on point. I think Sam would do better if he just be transparent enough. But he also said George Manawia did exceptionally well with that place, and people were satisfied. But right now, he's looking at the money that was given to him under this government. He said the money is too small, and they cannot cover all those with disability. But here's the issue, and somebody please help me. I'm receiving information that those that are under the group of 77, the office of the vice president, that those that are born with disability, and those that with Sam Dean should be those that have, issues of the job or accident kind of disability. Is that correct? Am I right? If you are born with disability, you are under the group of 77, the vice president office. But if your disability came by way of accident or other issues, then you should be under Sam Dean. Does anyone know?
Can I respond, CEO?
Go ahead, Councillor.
Well, for a long time, and I think this is about the challenge we face in Liberia about harmonizing our laws, because there are a lot of changes that happen post the Civil War around harmonizing laws to make sure that they work properly for the people. So for a long time, the issue of disability was placed under the office of the vice president. And many times we started to think that group of 77 meant disabled people in general, right? It was like an unofficial term for disabled people in general. Because of that, and because of the leakages that were created as a result of that, we passed a Disability Act in 2015. That act is very clear. All matters of disability are with the National Commission on Disability. It is a statutory committee by government to oversee issues of disability. Now, it does not mean that the office of the vice president cannot do work around disability and get funding because of the nature and the clout of the office. But the rightful thing by law is that the NCD is the entity that handles disability. Quickly, the NCD also provides that for every entity is an aspiration. For every 100 persons employed, 4% are supposed to be people with disability that are qualified. That is in the Disability Act. So to squarely answer, the idea of who is responsible for disabled people lies with the commission, which is the statutory authority by law. I rest on that.
Yeah, but you understand, something is not clear. Jefferson, you want to say something quick before we go to Honorable Gray? Maybe you know more about this. Something is not clear though. Who have who? Are we having two different groups here, the group of 77 and this other group, and the government is responsible to fund them, one under the office of the vice president, one under Sam Dean? The total amount given to each, how can you place
very
this
quickly before you move on, CEO, because this is a matter of law. Very quickly, disabled people are diverse. There are people who have sight problems. There are people who have physical mobility problems. There are people who have other issues. The issue of disability is not restricted to one. Like every sector of society, They also face infighting.
Let me be clear, Councillor.
The brown people, etc.
Councillor. I'm back and forth texting individual on my phone. I'm not calling anyone name. The argument, Councillor, if you are born with disability, you are automatically under the group of 77, the office of the vice president. If your disability came in by way of accident, car accident, your job accident, something of that nature, you are on the Sam Dean group. Is that true? That's all I'm just asking.
No, that's not true, because the Disability Act of 2015 is clear. All matters of disability are resident under the National Commission of Disability. Who heads the National Commission of Disability? Is it Sam Dean? If it is, then all of them are under Sam Dean. That's what I'm challenging him to do more, because you got to analyze all of that. People are blind, there's a separate group. People who have foot problem, physical issues, separate group. You got to bring all of them together and give them equal opportunity.
You want to weigh in briefly because we got to go, Jeff? Because we have no problem here.
So just and Kanye, the Disability Act was signed and was enacted in December 29, 2005, and that act brought both the commission and those with disability under the commission. However, the office of the vice president still receives budgetary allotment for the group of 77. So the group of 77 should be taken care of under the vice president's office. That is how it works. No matter what and how, but those are the group of 77 are directly under the budgetary allotment of the vice president's office. Yes.
So you're not still answering this one question, which is so important. Who are those that you can tell us today belongs to the group of 77? Who are those?
You know, that is why it's not clear for me. It's not clear on who are those. Like you said, those that were born, born challenged with the commission, and those who, I don't know. It's not clear in the act. The act did not separate who to benefit from what or who is under what. No, the act did not separate that. It's not clear on that. So yes, it doesn't speak.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let me bring you real quick, Tamba. Let's hear you real quick. I mean, weigh in on this one.
Yeah, thank you, CEO. Look, the group of 77 and Sam Dean's group are all under the Commission on Disabilities. But here's the difference. That's my understanding. I think Sam came on the stage when it was being alleged that certain disabled populations or groups across Liberia or Monrovia were being discriminated against, and they were not being included in the benefits that was going to the group of 77. The group of 77 has traditionally been the group that the disabled community, that's an umbrella organization for all disabled community. But it was mostly based out of Monrovia. And we can talk about the type of disabilities across Liberia. But for me, the point here, Sam, is that now that Sam Dean is part of the Commission on Disabilities, I think they need to do a better job to say, okay, how can we address the holistic needs of people of disabilities? You have people with intellectual disabilities, physical disabilities, etc., etc. But what happened in his interview, I didn't get a chance to ask him, but what I saw is a trend for leaders not to take accountability, even though sometimes they will fight tooth and nail to get the responsibility or to get the position. And now they find themselves there. They are not knowing to accept the role and the accountability that comes with it. So I think Sam Dean and his office need to do a better job, but also the group of 77 needs to coordinate better to make sure that they can create alternative programs where those who feel excluded, like the group who protested,
thank you,
can be included in some of those programs to benefit them.
Again, thank you very much, guys. We're going to be moving over to our program. Again, continue with this thing. VP, if you can hear us, we'll give you 30 seconds, my friend. You listen to Sam Dean. What do you say, VP? Okay, as always, VP is delayed. We want to say let's move on, guys. It's good to have you on 1-2-T1-2. Let's move on and make progress here. It's been a great day for me.
I thought somebody else.
Okay, VP, you want to give a 30 second? You want to contribute?
Yes. So, I think like Councilor Kanyo Bara said, there's already an act, giving that independence to the disabled community in the country. I like to say physically challenged. Just for the discussion.
All right, it looked like VP having internet problem. Let's move on, guys. It's always good having this one. So you want to squeeze in 30 seconds here?
Sure. CEO. So you're asking a very interesting question. I'll just try to help you with the historicity. So the Group of 72nd was established by William R. Tauber, primarily as a government institution for persons with disabilities.
So we know that, Wanto. Forget the history here. Who belongs where?
So it belongs under the vice president.
Blind, and the man that got blind while due to sickness. Who belongs where?
It's a very interesting question you're asking, CEO. In terms of the distinction, it's very hard to distinct. But the precedent over the years is that the Group of 72nd work autonomously on the vice president every year. So when the vice president on President Weah, the VP Taylor definitely coordinated the Group of 72nd, and also the Vice President Combs there's several media where he stated that disability is part of his objective, and which is where he's coordinating. In terms of the autonomous institution, Kanye is right. Both the Commission on Disability have autonomous oversight over both the Group of 72nd and disability across Liberia, but it works directly on the.
So we are giving money to both group, and the money is not we're not being so clear. Great, let's hear you though. It's still not clear, and that's the reason why everybody don't know.
No. There's the clarity. The National Disability Commission is squarely responsible for disabled people across the country. Across the entire country. While it is true that there's a history of the establishment of the Group of 77 in 1977, placed under the Vice President office, and one of the reasons why President Doe supported the lottery issue was to help this group of people. So they had it under the Group of 77. They could not have incorporated the entire group across the country. The only legitimacy of the Group of 77 now, as I speak to you, is budgetary approval. Outside of that, there's no legitimacy by law besides the establishment of the National Commission on Disability. In fact, that was the commission that we were establishing in terms of budgetary support, etc. I remember when Blamo Wuse presided that year, and then I was placed off because they did not want that commission to exist for the fear that it will usurp the function of the Group of 77 and the office of the Vice President will now receive the budget. It was a healthy debate that day. In fact, that was the first time we placed order the legislature, but we succeeded in passing it narrowly. So that group, that same thing, presides over is the legitimate entity by law, nothing short of that. So once the legislature does not put money in the budget for the Group of 77, they have to go to the Commission on Disability.
Yeah,
so
great. But the problem is that, so those people are going to get the owner of money. The Group of 77 in the Vice President office going to get the owner money. Yeah. And we will have this conversation again. But I think
the Group of 77, it should not be, I agree with you. They should be under the Disabled Commission. But because of that custom and tradition to give some function to the Vice President, okay, which has been since 1977, that's why the legislature has been putting money in the budget. But rightfully, the Group of 77 should take, the Commission on Disability should take over that entire entity.
Again, want to say welcome to the Spoon Talk, guys. Let's share the show. We're going to get into some very heated conversation today. A lot of stuff happening in the country today. If you're working and sleeping and involved in other stuff and you couldn't join the conversation that were trending online, this is the place for you to be. We want to say yes, indeed. May God bless the show. May God bless you as you get ready to take the ride with us, discuss a national issue. I'm so pleased to be joined by the counselor who is always on his cell phone. You know, he's been receiving a lot of text messages when we having the show, what to say, and, you know, what to talk about. And Counselor Brad, I want to welcome you. Again, you're in the people's living room. Give them your fullest attention. I'm going to bring it out, Honorable Mayor Kairos Mose Talakai Tomekai Gray. Again, it's good to have you, Honorable Gray. Tama, it's been a while. It's good that you're joining us again. Tama Agelas. Our friend and brother Chief Fubi FA, Foreign Affairs Hearings. That's why the F is there. It's good to see you, my friend. JJC, Johnny Just Come on Spoon Talk, Jefferson, Chesson, as always. Joining us today to contribute is 12T12. We're good having you. My brother Vendetta Regroup Patrick, the CEO, the youngest CEO in town. Well, all the Liberian people think that everybody older than them. Oh, Babri, oh, Dato, oh, my big brother. No, stop making yourself young when you look old. But that's my brother right there, Vendetta Patrick. Again, I appreciate you. We also, there comes Mame, Ambula Mame. It's good to have you. We're going to have fun today, guys. It's nothing personal. We laugh, we joke, and we discuss the issue. A lot is happening in the country, like I said, and so let's just get to it. Is there any objection? Speak now or forever hold your peace, or as we are proceeding accordingly. Are there any objection? No. Are we in compliance? Do we have quorum?
Well, it's a pleasure to be back. I think we have quorum. It's a pleasure to be back.
Our constitutional quorum.
Do we have quorum yet? Can we proceed? Where are the majority of black members? Where are the disenchanted?
We have quorum. We are the majority. We have quorum.
We have constitutional quorum.
Vendetta, do we have quorum? MVP will not hear out today. The man internet is delayed. Do we have quorum? Councilor, do we have quorum? Legally, do we have quorum?
I think we do. These are all strong guys that are here. I think everybody's speaking for themselves.
We have quorum, yeah, let's go. Don't say I think we do.
Yeah, we do have quorum, and I want us to proceed. But
you know, sometimes quorum got to be balanced, but it seems that the quorum is hanging in one other place. But it's good though. Let's have the conversation.
No,
let's go ahead.
Give us your consent. Let's make some adjustment as needed.
Well, not that it means anything, because the qualitative conversation will still be had. But I see my brothers, you know, are here. Jeff is here. Akaros is here. Wanto is here. These are all dying in Woods editions. They seem very, you know, energized tonight. So yeah, there's is not very balanced.
So,
but
Kyle, why you say it's not balanced? Let's just take a few seconds. You got the honorable man, Akaris Mose Gray. He's a sedition. And next to him, you have Tamba Agelas, who is not a sedition. You come down to Jefferson Chesson, who is a sedition. Next to Jefferson is Fubi Henry, who is not a sedition. We get T12, who is also a sedition. But you know, you got a diehard opposition member, Ambula Mame to CDC, including you. We don't know who you are, which group you belong to, but you said the centrics. Centric, Lenin, CDC. So if anyone should speak on the show, it should be us. It means that including you, we got 4 sedition on the show. How can you say that it is not balanced when you plus
there are no seditions, so that makes us 4 seditions on the show. There are 4 seditions on the show, including myself. So we are in the majority. we are
take
in a majority.
yourself up. Take yourself
For
up.
clarification, centrist is not CDC. Centrist is more leaning
Take
to the
yourself
government.
up. Take yourself up. Let's balance it.
But you know, why will you divest me of my political identity? I'm a sedition. I didn't want my hand to go to CBC when I joined CBC.
I think
So why will you show the show sedition?
I'm the most sedition on the show.
CEO, I think Councillor Kanyo is pulling two hands right now. He's a centrist, he's a sedition. Let's respect the man two hands.
Centrism is not a political party, it's an ideology. I'm a member of the Congress for Democratic Change.
Yes, sir.
So, guys, let's move. Let's proceed. Let's proceed. I believe we have quorum. If you just look at the numbers here.
Observation. No,
Proceed.
I think we fair enough that there is a sedition. We have other seditions here. As a senior ranking member of the CDC and most senior men on the show, I will advise that you put Kanyo in the bag in the interim until other members can join us, then you can bring him in.
Why not? To be frank with you, though, we can put 122 in the back because 12 is not a regular guy on the show.
But the regular person, if I say he's not regular and he comes once in a while, it's good that he appears.
Because for confirming my sedition membership, there are others who are the
Yes, let's proceed. I want us to have a conversation on Sam Gay. Sam Gay, the EPS director, Sam Gay. Well, there's a letter circulating. We'll try to confirm this, but we can now confirm that Sam Gay have asked Charles Johnson. I'm sorry that we're showing his picture with his sweat. This guy is so security-minded, he cannot take picture alone. This is Charles Johnson, Unit 51. But he received this letter since the 1st. This letter went out since the 1st. And let's read the letter and let's have a conversation on it. To those of you joining us, please share the show continuously. This is a big one. What actually does the president know? What led to this? We will be discussing this. By directive of the director, Sam Gay, you are hereby ordered to immediately stand down as acting assistant director. With immediate effect, you are also ordered to turn over all government properties issued to you. The assigned vehicle, your gun and everything, your ID card, everything, turn them over. It should be handed over to the HR section. The gun should be handed over, taken to Armory. Furthermore, you are instructed to report to the Human Resources section daily to sign in and sign out until your reassignment to another position is determined by the director. Meanwhile, the president will nominate a candidate to the position of assistant director pending Senate confirmation. Please note that you were temporarily placed in this acting position by the director. Sam Gay, who is the director, this Sam Gay is saying to Charles Johnson, that's a fini. Now, we have investigated and we have asked questions. Our sources they are informing us, Sam Gay, two things happened here. I know you guys remember that when Sam Gay was in the state, the government fired him. You follow that story, you remember that story, right? Sam Gay felt with himself. Those information came by way Charles Johnson put this information out, which was false. The next thing is that Sam Gay was able to convince President Joseph Yema Boakai that the reason why he's doing this is because he told the President Boakai, that Charles Johnson does not have the education credential to serve in that position. He said Charles Johnson is not even a high school fit. So therefore, he cannot keep Charles Johnson. So we reached out from our sources. We got a Charles Johnson education credential. Maybe we can send it to Martin Cody to investigate. Mame is here. One to them here, they can investigate. But we have Charles Johnson credential, and I will put it in the chat room. I want to know what say you. Let me start with the Honorable Man Akari Screen. What is happening? It's not only Charles Johnson, but if you follow the precedent detail, a lot of new individuals have come on board. Also, our information with credible accuracy. Sam Gay also approached the vice president to change member of his security detail, and the vice president vehemently said no to Sam Gay and said, this is about my life, and these people that are protecting me, I can depend on them. Let's make this interesting. What say you, Akaris?
Let me go to the basis of the letter. All right. The first thing is that Unit 51 is not appointed or should not even be nominated to that position by Unit 50. The Assistant Director 51 is an official appointed position by the President of the Republic of Liberia. To shift him, he must first be dismissed. Even assuming in one of the closing lines of that letter, he said, remember that you are temporarily placed there as acting by the director. That usurpation of the presidential function of the Republic of Liberia. No appointed official of the Republic of Liberia can usurp the function, the constitutional function of the president. Sam Gay, first and foremost, should have even been dismissed for that under a serious-minded government where the assistant director of Unit 51 will be temporarily placed in a position by the director of the EPS. And the director of the EPS is instructing, it's not a function, it should be the Minister of State by the directive of the President of the Republic of Liberia. The appointed official does not work in accordance to the way and pleasure of another appointed official. No, you work in accordance to the pleasure of the President under Article 56A of the Republic of Liberia. That's the first legal aspect, and I believe that the counselor on the show will agree with me on that point, and all of those other people who are in the law school. That is a gross violation when we talk about administrative ineptitude of this government. It is inability to understand constitutional functions. That's one. Two, the second point that go into the politics of it, with them understanding. It's dangerous around the presidency to have an internal conflict within the Executive Protection Service. The EPS takes full responsibility for the first family and the second family. No if and end. The presence of the EPS diminishes the capacity of the police, the AFL, everybody you're talking about. For the director, his immediate subordinate to have power struggle around the presidency, I'm scared.
Thank you. Thank you.
What does the director want to achieve is very important.
So thank you very much. Let's hold you right there.
I mean, leave it hanging today. Is this an issue of coup d'etat breeding around the presidency? Is the president gambling his national security?
So let's hold you right there, Greg. We'll do another round on this. I want to say to all of you again, continue to share the show. This is the information. Actually, I can say to you that Charles Johnson, he was appointed by the president, not by Sam Gay. Charles Johnson, this guy, he was appointed by the president. Yes, I agree with you. The letter is saying, please note, yes, the letter is saying that, this is completely wrong, and the information here, I mean, it can be questioned, but Charles Johnson, actually, he was appointed by the president. Kanyo, let's hear you on this one. What's going on? What's your take? All right, Tamba, let's hear you. What's your take, Tamba? Kanyo is moving slow today. Talk to us, Tamba.
All right, thank you.
Moving slow. You asked I was coming on, then you
on your phone. We'll come back to you. You got to be in the show, my man. Don't be
all right.
Let
me just come in briefly. But look, thank you, CEO. First of all, when I hear the command or the language that's written in the letter, it says stand down. I'm not a military man. I'm not a policeman. I'm not a security man, but it shows an order. An order has been issued to the assistant director, and that's a military order. That's a security order. 2, I don't think we know enough of the context, and this is why I like to say context matters, to know exactly what warranted that order, why he's been asked to stand down. Could it be a national security issue? Could it be a insubordination? Could it be something that he did that went against the rules and protocols of his role as assistant director? It would be good to know. Third, CEO, did mention that there are allegations that he's not competent, that he doesn't have the requisite qualification to be assistant director. Can we look into that? Can we audit his credentials to make sure that he has the credentials needed to serve in that role? But I think there are a lot of questions out there, Stanton, but I won't say it is a reckless behavior. I don't see it as that, as Honorable Grace said. I think sometimes in the security apparatus, it requires for the leaders and the officers to make decisions right there and then to make sure that it addresses whatever national security issue that may be ongoing there, and this is why the decision has been taken. But I look forward to learning.
Thank you. Like I said, I just put in the chat room his credential, all his documents. These are some of the reasons that told the president, we cannot give you our sources. We'll have to tell you when we investigate these things. Jeff was saying it's concerning, Jeff. Let's hear you.
So Stanton, it is concerning, but not only that, since Sam Gay took over the EPS, there has always been so many controversy, problems. I think Sam Gay is trying to politicize the EPS, which is dangerous for the president's security. First of all, if to ask somebody to stand up, there should be due process. Did you investigate the guy? Did you double check his credential? Did you see any reason why you should call him, unqualified for the position? There should be due process. This is a security, because doing this will reduce the morale of the officer. It demonstrates power struggle amongst the officers. It shows that your leadership is becoming reckless and dictatorship. That is terrible for the security and for the president's security. And to even reach as far as to the vice president, asking him to change his security details is troubling. It shows to me, in my mind, that Sam Gay has an ulterior motive. He got something on his sleeves that he wants to do, and therefore he wants to put his own people that will be so loyal to him to take direct instruction from him when he's ready to implement what he wants to do. Sam Gay should not be kept around the president because he has demonstrated that he has ulterior motive. And the president needs to be careful about that. This is not about politics. The presidency is protected by law. And if Sam Gay has plans to do anything other than protecting the first family, Sam Gay should be kept far from the EPS. Since he took over the EPS, there has been problem for one problem to another. In my mind, Sam Gay is terrible for the president's security. He should be kept far away.
Anybody.
Okay, so let's take our brother off. Okay, let's take him off. He having some serious internet issue before we hear the words from him. Thank you very much. If you look at the document I put in the chat room, you will realize that Charles Johnson been serving since June 2017 to March 2018, right? And he went as far as serving under the vice president from 2021 to 2024 as EPS officer. So to say that he's just empty and new to that position, I think it won't be the fair thing to say, because he have experience, he been serving within that position in different capacities. So, and also you realize that Charles Johnson is the how you call it, the son-in-law to the first family. Again, not because of relationship, but commitment-wise, he have more commitment to the first family because of their relationship.
I live with them also.
Yeah, and it's just important to know that he been serving
in those positions. Read his document I put in the chat room. Served as EPS officer under the vice president, under Madam Joy Howard Taylor, and all these things. He came up there with vast knowledge. And how can Sam Gates say this man is not educated in X, Y, and Z? He does not have a high school degree. Sam Gates is concerning, and a lot of things are happening with EPA.
Stand down.
Let me bring you in, Councilor. Are you with us? All right, Councilor is not ready. Chief Fubi, talk to us.
But I can unmute my thing
you on your
again.
phone. Time in this business is money. You on your phone. You drag it and stop talking to the girl, my man. I mean, just focus. Stop talking to.
No, I'm not talking to any girl. I'm a very happily married man. My wife is asleep, and she knows that I'm on school. That's why I go to bed late, and therefore.
I don't use this opportunity to get involved with other situations. Don't use us as a tool to get involved with other situations, please.
But I'm home. She knows I'm home. She's in bed. She knows I'm here on school.
Okay, so let's get to it. What's your take on Charles Johnson and Sam Gates? This information.
Well, firstly, I will try to limit my comments to the situation at hand, which involves Mr. Sam Gates and Charles Johnson. I won't exceed my commentary by going on to speak about things that are not related to this matter at hand. Now, as a trained security sector reform professional, taken by the government of the United Kingdom to go and spend time in the UK to study security sector reform and its architecture at the University of Bradford as a Chevening Fellow, I will give you my professional opinion. Firstly, I think Akaros unintendedly misinformed the Liberian people when he said that the president appoints this director. There have been reforms in the security sector. One of such reforms was the passage of the National Security Act of 2011, thereabouts. I may not be very clear on the year. And in that act, it is what created the EPS as a successor organization to the SSS. And if you look at the role of the EPS director, it's a very detailed role, 5 major points that gave the director oversight over determining policies and operations of the entity. Things like staffing, things like reprimand, all of those oversight reside with the director. Now, I may not know exactly what transpired that inspired or provoked the director to why is Akaros interrupting me?
That's an intervention, Stanton.
No, but I'm speaking. No,
yeah, but I can intervene. You're coming to this show.
No, but why are you intervening when I'm speaking?
Yeah, even if you speak.
No, you cannot correct me.
Great.
Don't use correction erroneously. When you have the time to speak, you can speak.
Hold on 1 minute, brother. Great.
Once the moderator lie, I will speak.
Great. Ask him for 30 seconds. If he said no, give him the chance. After he speaks, we'll come to you.
Okay, yeah, please. Okay.
Go ahead, Honorable Councilor Kano.
You know, let me just.
When I was
muted again just now.
Go ahead.
Because I was muted. Now I'm muted. Maybe for purposes of Honorable Gray and those who are listening and for public education, let me just very quickly tell you what the role of the EPS director involves. I will not read all of them, but just read a specific one that empowers him to act in a certain way. Number one, the EPS director reports directly to the president on all operations or issues affecting the EPS. I will skip the other ones. He is responsible for developing and managing operational policies, recruitment, and training of the EPS. Number 4, he is responsible for preparing regulations for personnel, finance, logistics, and training, subject only to presidential approval. This is in the national security legislation that was passed reforming the security sector. All right. Now, I may not know what has transpired that led to his letter to Mr. Charles Johnson. I'm not passing judgment on that. But to come here and tell the people that he is usurping function that's reserved for the president, if Charles Johnson is now one of the appointees by the president, because there's an assistant director and there's the official director. If Charles Johnson is just one of the land directors and not those appointed by the president, then you can say that. But even if he were appointed, the director. But see, normally I don't end my conversation again. Every time then you thanking me and I get a question. But anyway,
yeah. Okay, but so let's do this, guys. I hate to interrupt you, but talk within 2 minutes. So let's give you a chance that you finish.
But you see, okay, so let me wrap up. The point I'm making, the EPS director under the security architecture, the law, the national security architecture that created the EPS as a successor organization to the SSS, is very clear about the role of the director. 4 key rules. I encourage Akaros, my big brother Akaros, to go and read that legislation and understand the role of the EPS director. Don't misinform the public. Don't politicize an issue. And I'm not speaking to the what is happening because I don't know what this guy Charles may have done. But the EPS director is exercising his responsibilities under law. It is important for the people to know this. I'll rest on that.
Thank you very much. Let's move on real quick.
Yeah, quick. Councilor, with all due respect to you, it's unfortunate that you work in government, you don't even know that Unit 51 is appointed by the President of the Republic of Liberia. It's very unfortunate that you don't know this, that the director of EPS Unit 50 is appointed by the President, 51 is appointed by the President, generally in the police, 100, 101, 102, etc. They are appointed by the President. You're making a serious mistake. Under Article 56A, saying you're talking about law, all appointed officials work in accordance to the will and pleasure of the President. It's clearly written, the pleasure of the President. It's not the pleasure of the deputy or the director of any entity. So for you to sit here and mislead the public about appointment, can any dismiss an appointed official by the President? Can you dismiss an appointed official? That's what I say. If it's appointed by the President, the director cannot replace him. That's usurpation of the constitutional function under Article 56A of the Constitution of the Republic. There's not a debate.
Thank you very much. Let's move on to others. We still get about 5 other individuals that have not spoken. We have discussed Sam Gay. Sam Gay went ahead to, again, whether you can call it suspension, demotion, or to kick Charles Johnson, this Charles Johnson, Unit 51 EPS, with great experience, by the way, to kick him out of the EPS or suspending him or demoting him. It should be your question, but yes, the letter. Then we'll move to the rest of the group. And so with immediate effect, you are also ordered to turn over all government properties. But director of the director, you are hereby ordered to immediately stand down as acting assistant director. As acting assistant director, Sam Gay is not the only person. Charles Johnson is not the only person that Sam Gay have removed. Again, what is happening, folks? The talk about credential, I share his whole credential in our chat room. You read it? Let's hear you, Fubi. What's going on here?
Okay, so good evening. Looking at the content of the letter, Johnson was acting, and also the letter also states that the president will appoint somebody that will be confirmed by the Senate. So that being said in the letter, clearly suggests that the president is aware of what's happening. So I don't think it's a unilateral decision that is taken by the EPS director to ask Sam Johnson to stand down. So it's something that the president is aware of. Probably there was some security briefing, and now they are asking him to stand down. It's not a suspension, it's not a dismissal, but he will have to report until he is reassigned. So he stayed within the employer, but just that he's not in that acting role again at that position of Unit 51 until otherwise until he gets a reassignment. So I don't know the detail of what happened, so I can't speak further beyond that, but I think it's something that the president is aware of. And
you are quite correct. The president is fully aware. The president was told, listen, we cannot keep Charles Johnson because of credential issue and other issue that I cannot explain here tonight. So the president is fully aware. Let's just get that off the bat. The president was informed, but was the president misled? Who wrote the letter? And the contents of the letter, the people signing the letter, who all were informed, and how did they tell the president? Now, it goes beyond to say, well, is the president aware of everything happening around him? But to your point, President Joseph Yeman Bwaka was fully aware. Let me bring in Abula Maime. We're going to go on 1, 2. VP Abula, 1 minute. VP, can you hear us now? Are you okay? Fidela Patrick, are you okay now? Okay, thank you. Abula, let's hear you. And then we're going to go around.
Yeah, I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you now.
Abula?
Yeah, I will follow the same thing that Phoebe said. 100% convinced that the president is aware of the action. Nobody will change such a critical security man from within the president's security, and the president is not aware. Probably if it were a different person's security, then you see the president is not aware, but this is the president's security. To change somebody, the president is aware, the president supports the decision. Whatever might have happened, I can't speak to that, but just from the information you share in the chat room, this man is highly credentialed. He's credentialed, right? He's not somebody without credential. And the president knows him personally, beyond just credential. The president knows him personally. He is a family person to the president. So for Sam Gay to have made a decision to say you are suspended, I'm very convinced that the president is aware of the decision and that he was not misled about the man's credential because he knows this man and knows him well inside out and knows his credential. So the whole information about him not being credentialed, I think maybe it's a slip of tongue. But based on his record, he's credentialed. But beyond the record, the president is aware of his credential. And I'm sure the president is aware of the action that Sam Gates took. What may have led to that action, I can't speak to that.
Okay, so Mami, the president is aware, yes, after the fact. After the fact. So if you look at the letter, it's not from the chief of staff. If you look at the letter, okay, we got to be very careful. The president was informed of some reason that Sam gave think he should replace or remove Charles Johnson. But the president wasn't informed that Charles Johnson was going to be removed like they did, and the letter was already sent out. When this information was coming forth, again, these are so credible sources of Winfrey Russell. Sam Gay have already taken his action. And when the president heard that Charles Johnson was being removed, he got concerned. But these are all security issues here. But it is concerning. Charles Johnson is not the only person. Winfrey, how serious is this concerning the security around the president? And we are talking about the EPS director here, Sam Gay.
Thank you. I'm not sure, Stanton. There's just, a lot of these things. I mean, and I'm just reading the letter, and just seeing how the letter is written and the words are being used, and I mean, it just comes across as being very unprofessional to me. It's disturbing, especially for an entity that is responsible to ensure the security and safety of the first family, the president, and his immediate family and all of that. It's just their unprofessional nature of how the whole thing is playing out and the letter and all of that. It gives me a lot of reason to be concerned. And I mean, what does his marital status? I mean, I'm looking at the letter, and it has that his marital status. I mean, what does that have to do with that? I mean, all of this stuff. I mean, why put that on the official letter to begin with? And I mean, using terms like stand down. I mean, like, what is that all about? I mean, it's just so unprofessional to me. So I am concerned. I'm concerned about the whole issue and how this stuff is playing out. You know, and this is an agency, or this is an entity that is around the president and is responsible for the president's safety. And the Sam Gay individual, I don't know him. But just this appearance of all of what is going on and how it's playing out, it gave me reason to be seriously concerned, and it's troubling. It seemed very unprofessional to me, and according to Ambula, if the president is fully aware of this, and that also. Has me, it has me concerned. So what aspect of this that the president knows, and why the chief of staff is not taking a decision. I mean, this just the whole thing. It just looks so messy and so unprofessional.
Thank you very much, and that's the reason why we are discussing it, because it's so concerning. It's scary. This is about President Bouakai. This is about his wife. This is about his family, right? This is about our country, the vice president, and all other folks that the EPA taking care of. But Sam Gay, people are saying all day today when we receive the information, they say the man is deranged. I'm not going to go there. There's something in there is so confusing. And Sam Gay, the way in which he operating, is like the family is concerned likewise. But that's the family business. They can speak to it. They are the family. What say you here? Well, what's the pitch? The picture, like everything Winfred said is true. If you read the letter, you get so like it seriously, Sam Gay. But what say you?
Wait, Stanton, I want to first. There was a very interesting question you asked about qualification. So I want to agree with Mohammed that this guy is extremely qualified. He has over 15 years of continuous service in EPS, as per his credential that he shared in the chat. He has training with the U.S. State Department. He also trained in Egypt in firearm, and then he has a bachelor as well. And so obviously and ultimately, the argument on credential, there's no logic or balance to it. Unless it's proven otherwise that his credential is false, he has the requisite credential. But what is more interesting here, I want to differ a bit with Kanyo. There's no justification for any appointee honoring the president to provide deliberate suspension letter to his fellow appointee. There is absolutely no justification. And the security law reform Kanyo is posting does not subsidize or supersede the Constitution. The Constitution is as clear as possible, Stanton. And then Karos did, quote that aspect of the Constitution, Article 56A, that provide requisite opportunity to the president to make an appointment or removal. It says all cabinet, minister, deputy minister, assistant minister, ambassador, councils, they are appointed directly under the president. And by precedent, just recently we're having a conversation here, Stanton, when Karishma received her letter, it primarily came from the press secretary, posted on the e-marshal. So let's not recycle these things. These things are fact-based. It might be possible that the president is aware of it, but what we see here is a dysfunctional power tussle. And I agree with you. We should all be very much afraid of it. If an appointee is suspending his fellow appointee, and then in that letter that you posted, Stanton, he's directing him to say the president will present another nominee for this role. So he's instructing the president in that communication. This is very worrisome, especially in the security setup. And we should be very honest about this kind of conversation. It's not about defending a political party. It's been rational to say that a state is under a fierce level of power tussle that may be detrimental to the society. And for me, my point is the president has to understand his power. He has to realize the level of power tussle among his appointee and then understand the risks he has to the state.
Thank you. Vandela, let's hear you, my friend.
So, I've been having some internet problem. Yesterday, we tried to get one, but it's not working. But anyway, I will give them from now to Monday to see what happens. But look, we have to be very clear here. When it comes to security, especially someone that protects the office of the president and first family, trust is important. Credential, yes. It's only the president that decides who should carry arms to protect them or not. You can be my friend if I don't trust you, maybe because of certain comments you made in certain environment. I'll tell you, say, stand down from today. I don't want to see you around me. I mean, my Ellen did it. We saw in the case of the former police director. Ellen said, I don't want to see that man around. I'm talking about Chris Massacre. He cried baby when Ellen visited Monrovia Center Prison. He was prevented. So we have to be clear here. President Bouaga is in no wrong. Make no mistake. You have the National Security Advisor to the president. Maybe the phone of communication to tell people you are relieved from your position in the case of ministers, directors in SOEs. When it comes to security, it's a whole different game. That's why their issues are now mostly publicized in the domain, in the public domain. They take directions and there are protocols. There is absolutely no way, I want to agree with Fubi and Ambula, absolutely no way that someone will be brave enough to say, stand down, and that person is a presidential appointee. The president is aware. But sometimes when it comes to security, you don't politicize it. The National Security Advisor is aware. Even if the president is not aware, the National Security Advisor is aware. If you look at the bureaucratic nature when it comes to people who protect the president, there's no discussion. The EPS director alone cannot make a unilateral decision. There must be a consensus that was built to reach this level. But one thing we have not investigated is the fact that what crime did he commit? Nobody knows. We yet try to intellectualize the conversation. So for me, the president is aware, the National Security Advisor to the president is aware, and this decision was well coordinated before asking the brother to say, you know what, we don't want you in this position. So
thank you very much.
Is that, my dear brother Johnson, I read your credential. You are sophisticated. You are unique. Nobody can doubt your credential. But if somebody say you protected my life from today, I don't want to see you around, my brother, leave it and go.
Thank you very much for that, Patrick. Again, at the end of the day, let's make progress. Let's make progress here. VP, thank you very much. Guys, welcome to the show. I think we have said our piece on this one. Charles Johnson, Charles Johnson is a family member to the president by, marriage. Charles Johnson, at some point, he was being denied not to enter into the president's compound. But because of his relationship, even the first lady got involved and said, no, you must enter. We know more to this story that some of you guys done. Again, Charles Johnson being an in-law to the family, and what he brings is a serious power struggle between Sam Gay and the rest. Not only Charles Johnson and the rest of the guys. Now, you say, what a Kofi Woods is aware. Talk to Kofi Woods. Don't say probably. If you talk to Kofi Woods, you will get his own view on this incident. This is concerning to our country. The way you have people of that magnitude, they are fighting amongst themselves. It's a breach. It's a complete breach. And this will lead to some serious issue if the president actually not careful. He have to step in. He have to take control of the situation. That I can see. We're going to move on, and we're going to move on and make progress here. I see Brother Gibson Jerry in the back. It means we got to rotate, guys. Please don't feel offended. Having said that, any other question? We are moving on, folks. I put all these things in the chat room just to be very clear that we can have time to investigate, because then we'll come on the show and say, we don't know. No, we know, you don't know. So if we put it in the chat room, I hope you can have your time to dig deeper.
I have a question, CEO.
Yes, sir. Councillor?
Yeah, I think my question goes to both Akaras and Wanto, and I beg them to not politicize the response, but particularly to Akaras. Because when we talk about statutory interpretation, people are quick to cite the Constitution and say the Constitution says this. Whereas in reality, the Constitution is broad and we pass statutes or laws to enable the Constitution. Now, when you have the National Security Act that says the EPS director can do all of these things and report directly to the president, the EPS director reprimanded this guy. How can you say, Akaras, that the EPS director is acting ultra virus when you know that the law says he reports to the president and he exercises oversight for operational and logistical matters, which he did, and he reports to the president? How can he be violating the law when there's a statute that says this clearly? I'm confused, Akaras.
Akaras, 30 second answer him, and we've got to move to the next topic, please.
First thing first, can you?
I want to have my say on this topic, please.
In the communication, it's not just read the communication. There's an error in the communication where the EPS director said that the EPS director, placed the man in that position temporarily. It's in the communication spelled out. I said that usurpation of the function of the president. That position is an appointed position by the president, by the national security law that you are talking about. So I'm saying, besides that, under Article 56A of the Liberian Constitution, he has no authority to put anyone in that position.
Delegation authority because he reports to the president.
No, wait. Only the president, you ask a question of the Republic of Liberia.
But delegation of authority, he reports to the president.
We got to hold on 1 minute. We got to go, guys. Let Greg answer you quickly.
So I'm saying, it's like a minister putting somebody in the position of an assistant ministerial position. You got to understand this. There's not about emotion or feelings or what you think. I say he has no authority absolutely to put somebody in that position. Only the president of the Republic of Liberia by law. Whether the National Security Act of 2011, whether the Constitution, Article 56A of the Liberian Constitution, only the president has that authority to do so. Thank
you very much. Thank you. Great. Thank you very much. Let's hear you.
Thank you very much. You see, some of the reason why the public don't even trust some of the opinions that come on this program, these are some of the things. People are making assumption that the president is aware. Vanilla Patrick, Fubi, Mame, making assumption that the president may have known about it. If you read our letter, it says by the directive of the director, by the directive of the director, or in consultation with the office of the president. That's another. Look at the second part. Look at the third paragraph. You remain in that position until the president nominates somebody pending confirmation. If he has the authority to remove someone, doesn't he have the authority to replace the man immediately? He should have the authority to replace the man. If the argument is, according to Kombre-Bala, that because he reports to the president, therefore he has the authority to remove the man, then why doesn't he replace the man with another person? Say he report to the president. Because he does not have the authority. In fact, this is why we say the president cannot run his own government. These are the same mistakes that the president have been making over and over and over. How can the president be alive? The director who is appointed by the president and the assistant director who is appointed by the president, but the director remove him and says, your position remain vacant until the president nominate another person. If you have the authority to remove the man, why you can't replace the man with another person immediately and say by the director of the director do? That is why Moses Gray is saying, not because the man report to the president, therefore he has the authority to remove him. That because this cabinet minister proper is reporting directly to the president of Liberia, therefore the cabinet minister can remove the deputy of the ministry. It doesn't work that way. President Boyka need to rescind this. President Boyka need to rescind this to set an example that this is a security.
Was the man removed?
See, 30 seconds, please.
So guys, let's move. Gibson, again, you raised a lot of issues here, and we are getting more information. Yes,
CEO was the man.
Excuse me, Chief. The momentum in the president, the executive marshal is who's next. And so what you are saying, Gibson, is dropping the morale. Who's next? Who will Sam get fired next?
Correct.
And that's concerning. And what we are seeing, even the president instructed the chief of staff then, right, go call both Charles and Sam Gay and hear them out. So the president, what did Sam Gay tell him? Was he informed correctly? Who authorized Sam Gay to write the letter, forget about suspension? Was he removed? Yeah, he was removed. Whether he said stand down, he was removed because it's saying you will not come back to your position. We're going to wait for the president to hire somebody else. So
was he removed or dismissed?
Shut up. Thank you for raising that point.
Wait 1 minute. Well, he was removed, no question, because he will not come back to his position. But I want to go back to the Sam Gate issue. There's a fire in the whole year. There's a fire on the mountain. If you can't control the fire coming down to consume everybody. And what Sam Gate is doing is even more concerning.
I don't think there's a fire. I think this is just operational issues.
Stop interrupting now, brother. Get your friend and channel to talk freely back. Please. Gibson, let you finish up.
Okay, let me finish my 30 seconds. And in fact, start to thank you for even making the comment you made in while I was in flight. Tell me, my brothers are on the platform today. If Sam Gay goes and remove the deputy, will you come back here and argue that he has the right to do it?
Was he removed?
The deputy to him, the principal deputy. Because if he can remove the appointee, the assistant director. But man, please, I'm not asking you for you to answer. You interrupting me. I gave him the 30 seconds. When I finish, you can ask. It's not trying to make you talk. No, what I'm trying to say is a rhetorical question. It's a rhetorical question. It's a rhetorical question. If we say that Sam Gay has the right to remove an assistant director who is appointed by the president, and we allow it slide today, if Sam Gay comes back tomorrow and remove his principal deputy, the deputy director of the EPS, are we going to argue that he is chewing too much that he can afford, or that then we'll remember that he's not supposed to do that? Also,
the national security
I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you. When I finish, you can ask for 30 seconds. You can respond. I got short time here. In fact, they'll also be rotating me. Okay. But the problem with this is that.
Wait. Guess it. Kai, without hearing you, I had to mute you internally because you're interrupting. So without hearing you. If we wait for you, we'll unmute you to talk. You're interrupting today, plenty of man. Gives it feeling.
So in my comment, let's take this one step further. If we allow Sam Gay today to remove his deputy, listen to the second paragraph of that letter. You should turn over your gun. You should turn over your ID card. You should turn over your uniform. You should turn over everything in your possession. He is not even saying that you are told to stand down,
pennies consultation with the president, at least to give the president the breathing space for the president to make that decision. And the letter removing that assistant director must come from the office of the president. Or if he is going to write it, he would then say, based on consultation with the president, the office of the president.
We gotta move on, guys. We know we have some issue with StreamYard and Facebook. You don't have to remind. We're having some issue with StreamYard and Facebook, and we gotta move on, guys. And we will reconnect with the Facebook to the StreamYard. I want to say, guys, thank you for your contribution. Let's move on. We're going to move to another topic because we have pledged not to stay on one topic forever. So let's move on, please. It's really important that we do this. I'm concerned that the EPS is turning into gangster paradise. That's my concern. I'm concerned that if the president does not put his foot down and do something, we're going to have gangsterism, right? That the EPS, if you don't case the director, you know what? The director can fire you. The security concern around the president is even more greater right now. And the president have to step in. Sam Gay is turning EPS, and that's me, I'm saying it. He is turning the EPS into a gangster paradise, and that's concerning. So we cannot
I got one question for you, Stato.
Hold on 1 minute, your time for me, I will mute you too. We cannot operate unprofessionally because it is important for us to know this is the president we are talking about. You write a garbage of a letter and you put it out and you say, oh, you are suspended, but no, come and be signing in, going by home every day, can't sign in, go by home. Who does that, right? You're saying that you're going to fire the man, but the president can appoint somebody, all kind of yama in that garbage. Sam Gay is becoming to be a trouble around the president. As a security advisor, EPS advisor to the president, I don't know. What will President Barker do? But at his own Kenya, it's up to the president. We're talking when we see it, but
Sam Gay, I got one question for you, please, before you rotate me.
So I got to go real quick.
Yeah, one question, then you rotate me, no problem. My question to you is,
I mean, you can't be talking here, man. Give people chance.
The Constitution says the appointees serve at the will and pleasure of the president. If the EPS director has the right and the power to remove a person who serves at the will and pleasure of the president, does the assistant director now serve at the will and pleasure of the director?
So again, like I said, thank you very much, my brother Gibson. Good question. We'll do that in segment 2. Mommy, what say you? Let's go to national social security. Let's go to the next conversation, guys. We are reconnecting with Facebook again. You will have access to the show. Mommy, let's hear you.
Yeah, the GSC came out with a report. In addition to that, we got disturbing accounts of transactions that occurred between the NASCOP and LACE, but also and importantly between NASCOP and an organization called Southeastern Development, Southeastern Solution Incorporated. Stanton, can you please pull it up? I send it to you. Unfortunately, my computer froze on. Yeah, my personal computer froze on, so for that reason, I'm not able to upload. I'm only using my, work computer. But until Stanton can come up, we have the documentations. NASCOP transfer $2 million to LACE in 10 days. The purpose for the money, according to NASCOP record, was contribution to President Weah housing project. $2 million.
Mommy, this is Liberian dollars, correct? $2 million Liberian dollars.
$2 million United States dollars. 2 transfers were done. The first transfer was done on August 23rd, 2023. It said 50% of NASCOP contribution, $1 million to LACE GT Bank. And then the second, 7 days later, will also transfer $1 million contribution. Our concern about that we want to bring for discussion is Japan has a program with Liberia, and the coordinator for that program came here on Spoon and announced that the housing project was financed by Japan. The video is available. Stanton can also put it up. On Spoon, on OKFM, he announced that Japan is fully financing President's housing projects. But in October, we saw August rather, 2023, NASCO paid $2 million to lease for President housing project. We believe that transaction is questionable and should be a subject of investigation. That's one. The second transaction, NASCO paid $300,000 to lease again. The description of that transaction is special project. The third transaction, NASCO paid to Southeastern Solution. Southeastern Solution on November 8, 2023, in the middle of the campaign. They paid to Southeastern Solution $300,000 and claimed that the $300,000 were for the construction of 4 schools in Grand Crew County. We have the ELBC correspondent in Grand Crew who eventually come on the call. They have checked all in Grand Crew. They cannot see any school constructed by NASCO through Southeastern Solution. The owners of Southeastern Solution, as per the articles of incorporation, are Robert Thier, born 1983, Harris Koluba Cooper, born 1978, and Maurice Peter Dan, born 1990. We have established that Robert Thier works for Senator Abbott Chee. There is no school in Grand Crew constructed, $300,000 disbursed to Southeastern Solution, $2 million to lease for President housing project. Meanwhile, the coordinator for the Japan grant said the President housing project was financed fully by Japan. So we just wanted to bring that up to have the discussion, and for those who are responsible to begin to see reason to investigate these transactions and see establish whether the probable cause for criminal indictment. But it's worrisome.
But Mama, let me ask you a question. Sorry, we're trying to upload everything and reconnect our Facebook back on StreamYard. So let me ask you a question, Mama. Let's say this is going around. For example, LDC, the GAC report is out. LRA, the GAC report is out. Now we talk about NASCA. What is this government doing to show that, strength? The reason why the people voted for the government, excuse me. What is the government doing? We come on the street and cry all day. Nothing is happening. DeWitt from Bubu, that's his name, right? Mbumbu, from Buzu. The man is still there, Sanchale Quintan. All right? Talk to me. Let's talk about DeWitt, right? Let's talk about millions of dollars is running through NASCA. But prior to the president taking over, DeWitt put almost $500,000 out. When the president was here, he confirmed. And the president left DeWitt there. DeWitt, his tenure position time will be expiring next year. So convince me, Mommy, why President Boycott is not going after these bigger fish.
Stanton, that's a good question for the president and his information minister to answer. Why are they not following and investigating and bringing to closure these major findings in audit report? While we wait for them to give all the reason why they're not doing it, what we can say to our people is that there are 2 ways you can prosecute cases. One is to rely on the president to do it and his government. If he fails to do it, the people of Liberia have the authority to prosecute and jail those leaders. How do they do that? You use your votes. President Bouakai came to power and promised to prosecute people, bring them to justice, retrieve stolen funds, and invest into the people. If he fails to do so, reject him in 2029. Tell him, President Bouakai, you promised us, but you fail us. Until he can do that. So that's why we can tell our people, we are not speaking for government. Right? So I can say why he's not doing it. If our work is just to show these things, so our people are reminded that this president promised you that he will go after corrupt people, he will retrieve stolen funds, and he will use it to improve your life. For 6 years, that is if he doesn't do anything between now and 2029, we will be telling our people for 6 years, he failed to do so. Because he failed to do so, do not give him power because he will not do it for you as he promised for the last 6 years. That's what we tell our people. A lot of people ask him, why you can prosecute? I am also asking those people, you have power in your hand. You have authority in your hand to prosecute and jail politicians. The best jail for politicians that all of them are afraid of is to reject them at the ballot box. That is the imprisonment they don't like. So if President Bouakai, for the next 4 years, cannot deliver on his promise, and all these cases we just talk about it, we tell our people he failed us. Do not vote for him. That's what we tell them.
And the question, thank you very much, Mame. We can put all this in one basket, right? Let me come to you. GSC report. The problem is hanging over Adam Sharif. Adam Sharif was chief financial officer from LDC. Look at the amount of money that the report is telling us during the 6 years of President George Manawiya. Millions of dollars. Adam Sharif, Mohammed Sharif, the MD today saying he must keep Adam Sharif. That's questionable. Adam Sharif still work with the fundings from GSC. He still work at LDC. Let's go to NASCAR. Look at NASCAR. Dewey from Bobo forever. He been there. The only man, they should change the name to Dewey NASCAR because he been there since tomorrow ever knew him. And he's there. So the allegation that the money just running out. Who are on the board? Cyril Jones, Councilor Jones is on the board. Thomas Sawyer is on the board. Let's name everybody, all the board members. The place has turned to be a cash cow. The president is doing nothing. LRA, the GSC report, the president is doing nothing. Why was the president brought in to serve the people when he's not taking action after all of the report that is so damaging that the Liberian people are losing hundreds of millions of dollars? Let's hear you, Councilor.
Thank you, Stanton. This is what I will say. I think we all have a responsibility when we are in government, especially when we are being entrusted with roles to perform. One of the reasons why, under the CDC-led government, the mandate of the LACC was changed and improved, if you ask me, to empower the LACC to have the powers of investigating and prosecuting corruption. And if you look at the entrenchment of the mandate of the LACC, it is one that is the strongest you can ever find in any institution within you. You cannot just remove a commissioner of the LACC. You have to go to the parliament to do that. The reason I am saying this is, I think it's a bit disingenuous to continue to blame the president when people have statutory mandates to execute. Now, I'm not going to pass judgment on anybody here as to the rightness or wrongness of a particular action. All right? Other reports establish other findings. LACC has investigatory power to establish prosecutable offense under law. Let the LACC pick up these other reports and establish whether or not something wrong was done. But to continue to say, what is the president not doing this? What is the president not doing this? Are we encouraging an imperial presidency where the president does everything? No. The president has people in institutions who have mandate by law. Let them do their jobs. The audit report is out. LSCC, I mean not LSCC, but LEC are reviewed. That LEC report is damaging by any standard. Very damaging. If you go into the LEC report, 0 standards, no board confirmation, no reports, nothing whatsoever. That LEC report, the audit report from the GSC on LEC is a mess. Absolutely a mess. And I think that if we are serious, then the LSCC needs to look into that LEC report. Because there are many things. You are giving vendors opportunity to set out, tokens. No accountability on the tokens. Maybe there was accountability, but where are the documents? A lot of things are in there. But I will be very careful to start running to blame the president, especially when you have integrated institutions that have tenure, that are entrenched and protected by law. The only way you remove people in those kind of institutions, except you can show clear wrongdoing. Go read the restated LSCC Act. So everything is not the president.
Thank you, Kanye.
The other reports, they are there. Let the LSCC pick up the other reports and establish whether or not things have been done wrong. But don't blame the president. And again, I'm always, that's one of the reasons why CEO says,
30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Oh, you've taken over. Okay, mommy. I'm very careful. I didn't know that. I'm very careful about what I say, especially if it impacts another person's reputation. I'm very careful. I'm very careful to render people as corrupt or as, disingenuous unless I have the evidence. When I say these things, if they are brought up, I can show you the evidence. In the absence of the evidence, there has to be an investigatory process. On LEC, I agree because I read the report. I have a copy of the report. It's a corporate governance failure that was at LEC for almost 8 years or so, 6 years or so.
Thank you, Kanye.
Corporate governance failure.
Thank you, Kanye. We'll come back to you.
LSCC go and investigate. And let's find out what went wrong.
Yeah, we'll come back to you to talk about the next step after the investigation or the audit findings from GSC. But I think we will start with Akaros and then Tamba, Jeff, Fubi, and Wilfred. Akaros is open to you.
Under the Liberian Constitution, the President of the Republic of Liberia sets the legislative agenda of the country. Cardinal function, that's why he provides in the State of the Nation address his legislative agenda. Amongst those legislative agenda, the amended version of the LSCC Act, and a request is to establish an extra court to speak out the fight against corruption. The President said that in one of his State of the Nation address, he has failed to submit that bill to the legislature. So I don't care how many cases the LSCC have, they will be delayed in prosecutions until that court is established. 2 years, this regime has failed to do so. The President takes responsibility under the Liberian Constitution to set the basis of the agenda for the legislature. It's clear-cut, his legislative agenda. The President sets that direction for the legislative agenda of the country. To establish that court, the President should have submitted a bill and the legislature pass on it and sign it into law. He's not prepared to fight corruption on the basis of the law. The second thing here is that I wanted to tell Mami, the Japanese said they sponsor the housing project. And I'm privileged with this information. The Japanese sponsor the Grand Cru housing project. The Japanese. I hope that the audit report will be made public on all of these entities to see the facts and not the imagination. So indeed, the Japanese sponsor one housing project of the 8 counties. They sponsor the one in Grand Cru. 7 counties housing projects, presidential housing project. Monserrado, Nimba, Bon, Lofa, Mangibi, Grand Jide, Bomi, and Grand Cru. 8. of the 8 the Japanese sponsor won. It's very important that we make that correction. And it's good that you raised that issue. You struck a very important point, my man. I want to agree with you on this point for one of the first time. Why is it that President Boyka is now fighting quote-unquote allegations of rampant and widespread corruption from these SOEs, government entities? Why? But mommy, you are not privileged, and I hope you can fight on the person who gave you the information. The $10 million project in FOIA that NASCO helping to sponsor it. Let me repeat. We've been waiting for this day, and it's very important. The source of the majority of that $10 million project that the Minister of State designate said is not aware, that the minister, that the press secretary to the president, FUMO on, that the Deputy Minister of Information, FUMO on. I can tell you and I can confirm to you tonight that that project is greatly being sponsored to NASCO as a presidential project. That's why the secretary or the press secretary said it was a presidential project. I mean, the Minister of Information, the deputy said it was MRU project. But yes, indeed, it's a presidential project, and that project is sponsored to NASCO. Not only that, the $500,000 that Grisby wrote NASCO, the late Sylvester Grisby, may his soul rest in perpetual peace, to provide 5 vehicles. And NASCO provided that. The same Grisby arranged with NASCO. When Rob Hall Bush or Hall rope to surprise the president in FOIA. That's the origin of the construction of the FOIA home. That's why the president has assigned EPS officer there, the current EPS director has assigned EPS officer and police officer. Ready? We want to clean the coals in other people's eyes. We must be prepared now for the battle. And another correction I wanted to make. The entire audit that will be placed up, if they conclude the audit that has been ongoing almost a year, Pepsi web that have been dragged into this thing, I face a signature to no single document on presidential project. If you bring a single document, when she served at NASCO, where she affixed a signature to a singular presidential project at least, I would never, the emphasis ever appear on this program because I speak with certainty. Mwavi Kane, who is the deputy, one of the deputy at least, that providing you, Mame, with the information, ask Mwavi, the money they're taking for other presidential projects all around the corridor, I just name one, we're in the other one in the interim. We're in the other ones in the interim. This government is bestowed with a historic, heroic honor of massive corruption, and why they cannot remove or they could not replace the head of NASCO. They took Percy Webb off as a means of witch hunt. So I challenge President Boyka. I challenge him publicly, along with the current Minister of State, to take the head off.
Thank you.
People will waste, Cambo will flush, and people will waste.
Thank you, Akara Group. For us,
to NASCO.
Thank you. For us, what we're interested in most is for Cambo to flush and for the people to waste. We want to know.
That's what we are saying, indeed.
Yeah, we want to know who took state resources and diverted it to private use, regardless of where you are. Whether you are with CDC, whether you are with UP, regardless of where you are, one that can go to open. Let's go to Tamba.
The presidential project I could speak to.
Thank you, Mame. Thank you, Mame.
Let's go to Tamba.
I think first of all, the information, Mame, that you've shared and all the pieces of evidences, but that regarding those transfers from NASCO, to contractors, to projects that may not have happened, raises serious concern. And I think one of the pieces of evidence that you share basically links the former pro tem Senator Albert Cheer to some of that corruption and missing funds. And I think the LACC or the government, whether it's LACC or GSC, should get at the bottom of that to really understand what happened with the funds. But the issue of NASCO also cannot be taken lightly, because NASCO, not only the director there is a tenure position, but NASCO has been known as one of those entities where every government entity or every government of the day have tried to use their authority to tap into NASCO resources to use sometime or divert for other activities. And I think that's also something we should look at. But I'm not going to ignore the false equivalences being made by former Representative Gray to say, well, the president hasn't done X, Y, and Z. Let me just say this. Look, the buck always stops with the presidency in Liberia. The presidency is a powerful office, and we must acknowledge that. Now, can we say, we use these false equivalences to say this president is not fighting corruption, or has he exhibited the will to fight corruption? I think we've seen more suspensions over the last year and a half of this presidency under President Joseph Numa Boakai that we saw over the last 6 years of the CDC-led government. We see more willingness and suspension and willingness to prosecute and attempt to prosecute corrupt cases over the last year and a half or 2 years than we've seen over the last 6 years of the CDC-led government. Now, what is the role of the legislature? It's easy to say everything should go in the presidency. And I do acknowledge how strong and powerful the president is because he has the power of the press. But the legislature has the responsibility to help the presidency to set up these courts. Now, the president and his agenda is pushing to set up the corruption court at the same time as the war and economic crimes court. Those are things that should be encouraged, but not only encouraged, but it should be expedited if we have the resources to do that. Because the fight against corruption, Mame, I can tell you, it's not going to stop today. The fight against corruption will only stop. Will only stop when we begin to say, look, it doesn't matter which country you're from. It doesn't matter which political party you are supporting. It doesn't matter your connection with powerful people in government. But when you steal, when you mismanage, when you put your hand in the Liberian people's cookie jar and we catch you, we should deal with you. Look, we should prosecute you. We should make sure that we condemn you to long prison sentences. We should seize your property as per law, and we should shame you so that there can be no place for you. And the final thing I'm going to say is to make sure that corruption is a sustained fight. We need to change the laws on corruption. Right now, when you are found as a government official, you are found guilty of corruption, you are barred for 5 years from holding office. But I think we should change that. We should make that a lifetime so that when you are found guilty, in a court of competent jurisdiction, there should be no place for you to come back to work for the Liberian people. And that's how we can defeat corruption. That's how we can fight against corruption. That's how we can give power to the Liberian people to say, we elected you and you are here to fight on behalf of the people. Thank you, Mama.
Thank you, Tama. And we'll move to Jeff. I know Akara announced that there are 8 other counties with housing units, housing projects. If Jeff can provide information on them, or Carol can share information on them, it will be fine. Otherwise,
name the counties.
No, naming the county is not evidence that there's housing project there. Since you have all the information on the project, just share information on the housing project in the counties. That's what I was asking for. But
yeah, I shared in the chat room the last time when your question was somebody talk about housing project here.
You said there are housing projects in 8 counties. I'm saying I know about Bon County. I know about the Southeastern County Grand Crew.
You know what
I'm saying all the evidence you get for housing project, if you can share in the chat room, it will be fine.
You know about Bomi and Monserrato.
Can you share it in the chat room? Okay. Go ahead. What is his name? Jeff.
Thank you, Mame, and thank you for the information you provided. And listen, Mame, when Boakai gave his State of the Nation address, he said that he was going to establish a fast-track court, a special court for corruption. It's almost 2 years he has failed to do that. When President Weah took power here, the LACC was a toothless bulldog. In his quest to fight corruption, you know what he did? He gave the LACC the power to fight corruption, to investigate and prosecute corruption in our country. That's a good step towards fighting corruption. Until Boakai can decide that he wants to actually fight corruption, establish the court, then we'll get done with all this speculation as to who is truly corrupt. But I like the fact that you talked about what happened at the NASCAR. But Mame, you did not talk about the 500,000 that was taken for NASCAR to give to Joseph Boakai. You jumped over that. That was very, very bad for this government on the first day in office. 500,000 stolen from NASCAR to give to Bouaka to Baucas. You should speak about that. You should be speaking about the $10 million home that is being constructed in Lofa for Bouaka. That money is also coming from NASCA. And good Honorable Gray mentioned it here. We should be clear. And under the act that created NASCA, NASCA can contribute to Social Security, especially building homes for less fortunate people. Yes, so probably they did it under that act. But let's be clear, the lot of corruption committed under the previous government, even including the early Joseph Sirleaf government. Don't forget, Mame Robert Sirleaf bankrupt Noka and walk away free. Those documents are there, but you're not talking about them. You only mentioning and cherry picking these few other reports that talked about the former government. No, Mame, we shouldn't. The last time you were not on the show, but I said if anybody should talk about corruption, my brother Mame, and this is in no way personal attack to you, Mame, because I respect you as a brother, right? But if anybody should talk about corruption, it shouldn't be you, Mame, especially you who benefited from a corrupt system. You are beneficiary, your creation of corruption. It was under the corrupt regime of Robert Sirleaf that you bought scholarship to go study. You are a creature of corruption. So you shouldn't be talking about corruption, especially alluding that to previous regime. Let's talk about it. Who should talk about it? We from the CDC have the moral ground, the moral rectitude to speak to corruption because we fought corruption. We empower the NSCC now to fight corruption head on. So let's go forward. We want these people who have been named in this report to be prosecuted, to free themselves from this allegation in the other report. We want them, but what is happening? Bouaka is reneging on his commitment to fight corruption. It's almost 2 years now. One person under the previous regime has been convicted of corruption.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Jeff, thank you.
Yes. So Bouaka should step on the game and fight corruption. Let's put this thing to an end.
Jefferson, thank you very much. You see, let me say this, guys. It's always good to have this show. Mama, sorry, I will give it back to you. But you know what? Somebody was saying in the corner and saying, crazy, I'm blaming Jefferson for saying this thing. Jeff, you're right. Because President Bouaka is supposed to be wasting time 2 years and we see no action.
No, Jeff, he shouldn't.
No, Jeff, my brother, I clap for you. I would never say you're wrong. Because for us to sit on this show and you saying that Sidisha have more right to speak on corruption, and just because Joseph Bouaka decided not to tell you guys. And that's the problem we have. So for me, I'm going to leave the show today. I'm going to eat. Mama, you will continue the conversation. I'm leaving the show right now. I'm going to eat. Because at Clarence Gray, Jefferson Chelsea, Kanye Barbara, the flip-flop, what you said, who else is in this here? They are right. They can go and talk. Do you think
I'm not a flip-flop CEO. I'm very consistent in my ideology.
I beg you ideology, not you. Do you think that
I'm not a flip-flop. There are very knows
we should be talking about this time. And Jefferson Chelsea, Mattel's that CDC got moral right. Do you think Jefferson Chelsea should have anything? You know why? Because this man still have a job. The way from Bobo State can block because he paying everybody as the allegation goes.
And he will still have a job.
Because this man will not be touched because he know how to operate. Look at the board members.
But CEO, where is the evidence against this man?
Stop this interrupting me when I'm in Zico. I beg you back. Please. This is wrong. To even see people come to insult us because we fighting corruption. To look at Jefferson Chelsea and at Clarence Gray telling us that we got no more right to talk. And because President Bouaka gave you power. Because President Bouaka want you to insult us. The work from Boo, the National Social Security, cash cow. Everybody can tell that who ain't go. The man say ain't going nowhere. He had invested $500,000 into the government getting vehicle prior to the government taking over. So nobody can talk. Look at LDC. Adam Sharif, 6 years. Well, money captain enjoying your money. Is the government going after money captain? Have they even called money captain to question him? What did you do with the token money?
What is LACC doing with their prosecutorial powers?
But I beg you, with all due respect, Mr. Councilor, do not interrupt me. I beg you, sir. I know you will go in the corner again and go complain, say I can interrupt you, but sir, please, let's have some quorum. I beg you. It is wrong for us to come on the show. And after I finish talking to my people, I gotta go because it's hurting my head. Money captain playing golf in Ghana. There's the man that will honor him, Alan Sharif. We'll put a picture up tomorrow. He's still on the job. After hundreds of $millions is out. Alan Sharif still get job, President Baga ain't doing nothing. Mohammed Sharif say Alan Sharif must stay there. Nobody will blame CDC. If we are serious to fight corruption, it will come from within. The gamers, it's just too much. Don't blame CDC. Brother, we can't sit down on this show and tell that we got no moral right to talk. Somebody that wasn't in government, they were in government. You can do picture whole day about person you can. And what? The government are touching them. You can do picture whole day about who, what's the other guy name? What's his name? This guy, Abba Che, former pro-tem, and his boy. The government are touching them. You inside, you don't know. They're all under the water. Somebody protecting somebody. Is this rescue? You can put all the documents inside. Mommy, I told you today when you call me. I said, Mommy, my hair hurting. I'm tired. Because CDC will get the right to talk. They will insult us. They will laugh at us. And they will say, you can't touch this. MC Hammer, you can't touch it. And what they say was on the show.
Do not just quit. Don't touch this.
See you there around for a while. I don't know. You can't touch this.
See you is to be dancing in Mukuta.
MC Hammer. That we can discuss it, but the Liberian people know the government is not ready to fight corruption. President Bouakai is not ready to fight corruption. President Bouakai tired. He cannot go after money captain. He tired. He cannot go after Adam Sharif. Adam Sharif, they're going to give the report. Mohammed Sharif, the MD or LDC, say he must hire Adam Sharif. The president tired. Will the president say no? The one will stay there. Thank God he well now. He was sick. He went in there all this time, but he was controlling. Like when people get contract on him, lawmakers then they get in the regular. And we here celebrating and seeing the poor people money down there. Mama, tell over. Mama, tell over. Mama, tell over.
So, man, don't escape. Where are you going?
If it doesn't fit, you must quit. So I'm going to quit tonight.
I don't know you to surround.
If it doesn't fit, you must quit. Go ahead, Mama.
I don't know you to retreat.
I taking over. I will respond to Jeff, but before I do that, I will let other people to speak. Then I will come in. So let's go.
Man, you moderating or you can't.
But Jeff, I just tell you that I will respond to you.
If you respond to me, I will respond.
So let's go to Fubi.
If you respond, you give me a chance to respond because you moderating.
No, it will come to you when you go around. Jeff, start stepping back. The man are moderator. So I'm just reminded about the book, The Gods Are Not to Blame. They say when the farm owner is
just to refresh, Fubi, just to refresh, there are two issues here. 300,000 of Eastern Solution for 4 schools in Grand Cru, and then 2 million to lease for construction of housing projects.
Yeah, and I'm reminded about the gods are not to blame. So the farm owner is slow to call the thief. The thief call the farm owner thief. And the guy was CDC men talking about they got moral right to talk about corruption. But on a sad note, I've always been championing this old NASCOP stuff, and I've always spoken against NASCOP being used as a cash cow for governments, past and present. You know, the money that we save, we put in NASCOP, our pension fund. NASCOP have not activated the welfare component of the National Social Security and Welfare Corporation.
So they're using our pension fund to be funding government activities. And people go to NASCOP to get their pension benefits. Some of them getting peanuts and some of them getting nothing at all. So it's a disaster. And now we're seeing where all the is good at it, and other reports will keep coming up. And we hope that, the kind of say, look, we can all we can all say, oh, the president can't take blame, the president can prosecute. The president guides function, the court guides function. So when they forward cases to court, then the court will act. The court will act. You can't hold the president for that. So, but we want to see NASCOP. We want to see NASCOP. The point. We raise all the point and say, "Oh, NASCOP did it before. They did it. The other person." No, we're not going to start with why you left the 500,000 grace bill requested for. At this stage, we're discussing the other report. Giving 300,000 for project in Grandview, and you cannot see a single school being built there. That's first thing that we need to is an eye opener. Giving $2 million for a project that was also funded by the Japanese fully, that also is an eye opener. So those that sit on the whole management team for NASCOP, and after we've taken another report, we hope that the LACC and the Ministry of Justice will take serious action to get these guys before court and let them go and answer to this. And every government, you keep hearing this thing about NASCOP. NASCOP funded this other stuff. NASCOP funded this other stuff. People request for their statements, their pension statement. How much do you have? NASCOP cannot provide it. Liberia has one of the worst pension laws in the region, if not the worst. You retire in Liberia, it's like a curse, the death sentence. But yet instead, NASCOP using our pension money to be funding government activity, where government should be contributing hugely to NASCOP. People in government, they are not even paid their pension benefits to NASCOP. Those different entities have withheld those money from their employees, but they are not remitted to NASCOP. But yet instead, you see NASCOP funding government projects all around the country, and that's sad. And we hope that with this kind of report, there should be serious action taken, and it shouldn't just be one of those regular other reports that we just read for the sake of reading it. $300,000 is not peanuts. Like Tama was asking that Liberian dollar. No, it can't be Liberian dollar. Because Liberian dollar will be insignificant for the other report even raise that. And $2 million to list for project that you cannot even verify. Those are stuff. So we can't be yelling and saying, "Oh, we got eight projects around the country." No, it's not about project. It's about specific. The audit was specific. It pointed to where they said the money was diverted to use. So you can't be saying you got 8 other countries that are doing the same presidential project.
Thank you. Thank you, Fubi. And Fubi, on the NASCOP thing, I think it's important for us to clarify here. Part of the reason why people do not receive their pension money is because institutions that they work with do not remit their pension money. Go see GSC other report, almost all the different government institutions. They do not remit pension money. So the people are working, they're deducting pension money from them, but they're not remitting the pension money. So
what did GSC put on NASCOP that you want can yes see, won't see it?
Akaro's back. Give me a chance now.
No, put it up. Let's see.
Okay, Akara, I'm going to put it in the chat room. Let me put it in the chat room. I'm going to put the LRA, GSC, and LEC report in the chat room.
Please put it there, NASCOP other report.
So the point I was making to you, Fubi, check almost all the different audit reports across government. GSC continuously report that institutions subtract pension but do not remit to NASCOP. So at the end of the day, the people work when they retire and go to NASCOP, no money there for them because the institutions they work for did not remit their pension money. I just wanted to make that clear as we move forward. But it's to you, Kanyo.
Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you. I just wanted to rehash a particular point before I come to the whole audit report. And I hope this point actually sinks in.
No, wait. Yeah, can you wait? You spoke already.
Why is Akaris interrupting me again?
No, it's important. It's important. You spoke already. We'll go back
No,
around.
I did not speak on this matter. I was next in line, my man. No, I did not. No, CEO don't lie. CEO don't lie. It's not fair. I'm speaking now.
You are the first to speak on the team.
No, why are you trying to stop me?
No, but you speaking about the issue of the court.
No, but I was speaking about it. You people interrupting me.
Akaris way. Who or her can you speak? Please play your hand up. Okay, Kayo. The verdict sustained. We'll move on. Thank you.
We'll move to Brother Wilfred. Kanye will come back around, but you spoke already.
Okay, thank you. The name is Winfred.
Winfred, sorry.
All right. You know, it gets really nauseating hearing these two political parties, folks on these two political parties, Unity Party on one side and the CDC on one side, bickering about corruption and who is corrupt and who is more corrupt and who is not more corrupt. I mean, it's sickening. I mean, sincerely, because none of them, as far as I'm concerned, none of these parties have any sort of moral right or known any more ground to talk about who is corrupt or more corrupt and all of that. We have a serious problem in this country with corruption. At one time we talked about, oh, show the evidence. Then when the evidence comes out, then folks, they come up with another level of excuses. And as far as I'm concerned, I mean, corruption is not all about, black and white. Show me this document, because that's one of the things that you hear a lot in Liberia. Oh, we don't have the document. Show us the document. Show us proof. But you see, one lawmaker or a government official building, massive homes and mansions. How are they getting the money? When Charles Taylor was arrested and took to The Hague, the UN employed some top-notch forensic accountants from all over the world to look for the loot of Charles Taylor. After 10 years or so, looking all over the world, they have not been able to identify any funds directly tied to Charles Taylor. So, and we all know, we were there, we saw, what was happening, in the country. Yet we keep saying, "Oh, show the evidence, show this, show that." So corruption is not always about black and white. We know there are a lot of corruption in the country. Corruption is also about hiring your auntie or your niece, or meeting your cousin at Royal Hotel or at Terracotta and shaking hands and kickbacks. All of those things are corruption. You're not going to have any sort of paperwork that points to that. But those are a lot of corruption, a lot of corrupt practices. So now we have evidence in black and white, and still we are finding excuses. So I mean, the information that you presented, Ambulai, is disturbing. It's disturbing. If you look at Transparency International and see the position of Liberia, it's disturbing. Yet we are making excuses and all of that. But as disturbing as it is, we still have to do our due diligence and prosecute these folks.
30 seconds, Winfred.
And prosecute these folks to the letter. I'm not going to scapegoat NASCORP and DeWitt Van Balmus, because he is not, or the folks in NASCORP are not just giving out this money nilly-willy. Where is it coming from? Who is making this request? These requests are coming from the highest echelon of the government. So we need to address that. We need to follow the paper trail and prosecute these folks. At the end of the day, in as much as we want to say we don't have an imperial presidency, we do. And the buck stop at the doorsteps of the mansion. And it's the president, whether you like it or not. You know, we have issues here in Minnesota with fraud, and a lot of the agencies are there. They're prosecuting the county attorney. They're not saying talk to the county attorney office, talk to the chief prosecutor. The governor feet is to the fire. People are holding the governor's feet to the fire for all of the fraud and stuff that are going on with social service programs here. It's the same thing. So you can't come and say, oh, you know, we have integrity institution and we should go to them. It's not the president. It's with the president. It stopped at the doorsteps of the president. We have to hold him accountable. So, you know, I mean, it's not about, oh, we need to reject the politicians at the ballot box. You know, we can do that too, but we have to prosecute them and we have to hold them accountable. We can't be, you know, talking from both sides of our mouth.
Thank you, Winfred. Thank you, Winfred. But unfortunately, Winfred, we on the show, ordinary Liberians, do not have the authority to prosecute anybody. The only authority we have is to make decisions on who lead us in the future. But to prosecute, we don't have authority. So if you promise us and say you will prosecute, you will do this, and you come and fail, we have the authority to say we don't want you again. So Vendela, is your turn. From there, we'll go to Colonel Remy Gray.
Yeah, the previous speakers, they spoke for 3 minutes, 10 seconds. The last speaker spoke for 3 minutes, 28 seconds. So how many minutes do I have?
You got 2 minutes to speak. Go ahead.
Why giving me 2 minutes when all spoke for 3 minutes?
Vendela, you can't make that forum a back-to-back. The moderator said you got 2 minutes.
You think checking about how many minutes other bonus be?
Patrick, go ahead. You got 2 minutes, please.
No, hey, listen. No, let me just clarify. When others speak, we come here with the
I can just use your time to speak.
If my time is reduced, but you got to moderate the show. But wait, let me just say something.
You buying time on the show yet? You buying time? You people time on the show?
Chessin spoke. I have said this consistently, even when our brothers were in the CDC, they said we were not clear because we're telling them what to do to stay in power. And by now they be drinking champagne. They did not listen. Look, no government will do 100%. It's a fact. They will make the sweet promises during election, but they will never execute 100%. I want to see that president that will come to power and execute 100% of their promises. What we look at is we look at the political will. We look at the intentionality of the leader to see what he can do. It's a known fact that on this platform, there were certain individuals that thought they would never be dismissed or suspended. Today, they are gone. Just saying you talk about this NASCAR thing. I have engaged a lot of people, this 500K. When was this money disbursed? It was under the regime of CDC. We tried to be very legal. It was during the transition period. President Weah had the authority to say, no, a dime will not move from NASCAR. I am still in charge. When I turn power over to President Joseph Nyouma Boakai, if you want to go to NASCAR and empty the entire vault, it's up to y'all. But I'm taking into consideration accountability. There was a transition team, and Weah was in charge. This president had the opportunity at that time to say a dime will not leave, especially where it had a conflicting intent, because you were still in charge of the state. That did not happen. So if we should blame NASCAR for dishing out this money, the former president and the current president will have to hold them accountable. But look, somebody mentioned here that the president can do all. Yes, NASCAR has a board of directors. What are they doing? In some instances, the board will recommend and dismissal take place. The other report has come out. What is the board of directors is doing at NASCAR? rather than just holding an individual. There is a bureaucracy in terms of governance. The board of directors of NASCO is the highest decision-making body. So that brings me to this 300K to a friend. For me, I'm looking at the individual that received the money to construct the homes. What did they do with the money? Let's be very honest to ourselves. Assuming NASCO was wrong to give the money, but an individual cannot make a unilateral decision to give 300,000 or 1 million out without the approval of the board of directors of NASCO. The money left. I'm assuming without admitting that the board approved that money. This 300,000, Japan already paid for that. The other people pay for that. This individual in question, I think our emphasis should be, let them show what way they did with this 300,000. He needs to be prosecuted. There was a cahoot between he and NASCO when he goes to court. They say when you hold rope hold butch. You talk about the other report. I see people are crying here. You know, the president is now fighting. Just recently, the GAC audited the domestic debt. And our brothers here, they have to be very clear here and honest. Some of their people were hooked in the process. You know what they are saying now? That the GAC boss compromised that other report so he can maintain a position. They don't accept that other report because some people from the previous regimes, they were hooked. Imagine if this other report was done under the regime of Weah. You know what will happen? It will disappear and gone for safekeeping. So we should be very happy that people are trying to fight fraud, waste, and abuse and make the system work, whether it will be implemented, but at least we'll have an insight. But just the other report, you question, this is the other general that your former president appointed. You know, let me just 30 seconds. So if we are saying the fight against corruption is not holistic, I think that statement is ambiguous. It is good to recognize you can still speak the truth without losing the originality of your voice. But I think the fact that the Auditor General is brave enough, your Auditor General, your former president appointed him. He did not do this under the former president. He's doing it now. In my mind, he feels secure. Why? Because you are now criticizing him. You are saying he must resign because he compromised the audit report to remain in power. This is wrong. I think you're doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Patrick. We'll go to Colonel Remy Gray, and then from there we'll come to Paul Kennedy.
But I ain't told yet though.
Yeah, well, if you know Colonel Remy Gray, Paul Kennedy, you spoke already. Yeah, can you? You're the one started the whole thing.
Who, me?
Yeah. Go ahead, Colonel Gray.
No, but Stanton, you know you have a special grease that you know how to rub situation with. So it's good to listen to you, you know, lastly. But I do subscribe to Van der Laak's statements and some of his own assertion in this topic. The issue is to fight corruption. Someone said LSCC was given teeth to bite. Prior, that entity was a toothless bulldog. They refer to them as. I would say they don't even have the mouth today to hold a set of teeth, let alone becoming a bulldog that bites. Until they can revisit the appointment of that agency, whether or not they're attorney, corruption will not be fought, successfully, because there are partisan people in our place, and their own objective is to protect the thieves who are mentioned in some of those audit reports. And I tell you what, I think President Boakai is approaching meticulously. And I see there will be a judgment day. He has revisited the Supreme Court. One of the main pariahs that was there holding some of these issues down, she's no longer in there. We have a Yami Bese, and we have a new inclusive brother that was just sent there, Mr. Kane. Those people, and then the lady, I think, that is there. So there are three people that can say when the case gets there, it will be successfully handled. But until then, we can continue to kick the can down the road. Look, I wonder why DeWitt Van Vamos has sustained that job for 20 years. That's the natural life of most Liberians today. How well qualified is he? Is he the only qualified person? We know of the $500,000 that were disbursed during the incoming government, the incoming status of this administration, President Barker. But we don't know how much they used to fund George Weah campaign. I mean, for George Weah to get there and retain a key component of Madam Sirleaf's administration in that same capacity, something might have changed hands. And, now that this guy is the most qualified, well, he's doing something that most corrupt people do to sustain their job. That's why when they're bringing up issue of auditing that of that agency, things like this are coming up. That they give money to build school, and those schools are nowhere to be found. You know what? This is how he retains his job. This guy cannot be the only guy who knows about Social Security. And until we go deep, and I'm sure some of these things will come out, like the new Auditor General. It's not looking back at all. Whether or not he was brought in, he wants to retain his job. That's a good reason to even kick, waste the chamber bucket so that everybody can smell it. And he's doing it effectively. This idea that when they say, oh, you this person, you that person, so it will limit your ability to perform. God is working. The guy is exposing them. Now, with the change in that Supreme Court and some of these entities I'm talking, LACC, just sweep some of this regime, agency collaborators from there, and you will see some result. I think the president is in a good spot. He has goodwill, and that's why all of this are coming out. It's left for those agencies to prosecute people and then follow through. When they take appeal to the Supreme Court, they'll flag them down. And that's how we get justice eventually.
Thank you, Colonel Gray. We'll come to Paul Kennedy. Paul?
Thank you, Mame. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
All right, good. Look, listen, Mame, I've always said this. For Liberia to thrive, for Liberia to do well, we need leaders who are honest, who have integrity, who have vision, and who have empathy, right? Empathy to really feel the pain the ordinary people are feeling. Because not because you live in a slum, also means when they put you into a leadership position, you will automatically have the empathy. No, I've seen a lot of people who are dirt poor, living in the slum, they excel to leadership, and they became some of the worst corrupt people in the country. Because you would think that because I live and grew up in Buza Quarter near Soniwe, so if I become a minister of finance, I will be trying to put more of my vision into creating wealth so that the people in the slum there can do well. But that's not the case for Liberia. Most of us get there and become self-aggrandizing. We only look for stuff for self. So that has perpetrated our corruption. You will continue to see corruption because people are selfish. They don't care how other people are doing. They are only trying to grasp for them and their family. That has been the case for Liberia. The only way that can stop is when you have a legislature who is making sure that their oversight responsibility of all of these agencies, whether it's NASCO, whether it's NOCAL, whatever the agency is, that their oversight responsibility is to the fullest point. Where we have legislatures who in themselves are trying to enriching themselves with the same missing all of the characteristics I just called, Liberia will continue to drain down into a mess. Now let's come back to the issue. NASCO supposed to actually be doing development for pensioners, people who work all of their entire life, for our country, who don't have, once they pension you in Liberia, you are done. Because the $1,500 Liberian dollars or the $2,000 they're giving you can't even stay one day with you before I say a week. So the NASCAR should be looking at pioneering programs that can do housing development in the various counties for people who are retiring in those counties at low cost for them. But we understand that the Japanese people only, over the last few years, most of the money they pay for housing project were only for Grand Crew. And across Gray, you work in the last government, correct me if I'm wrong, that the most of the money spent on development, housing development for NASCOP was on different counties. But the money that was given by the Japanese government was only dedicated to housing projects in Grand Crew County.
Exactly.
What I'm trying to say here is this. Sometimes the envelope for funding this development project is not a lot, but just the thought of initiating them comes to do well for our country. And this is what NASCO started doing. Now, is this free of corruption? No. I mean, of course, you see the audit report. But we also need to go back to the audit report because some of the audit reports speak towards system errors, incomplete systems, and stuff like that, right? Now, is it corruption? We need to find the intent. So it's a broader picture we are looking at. But I just wanted to close up to say, listen, Mame, our Liberian people who are given the privilege to serve our people, need to be honest people. They need to have the integrity with vision and empathy before we serve. Or else we'll keep coming on spoon every day to talk the same thing we're talking, because corruption will continue to persist in our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. And let me do my own, and then you can take over. I have to pay attention to something fast. So 2 things first, I will say. Popo Beach housing project in Monserrado was done in 2018, 2019. 2018 was dedicated. We are talking
but
about.
Mama, you speak again before all the other boys speak.
Come again.
I said you will speak again before everybody speak.
Let Mommy go ahead. Let Mommy finish. Because you got to run them with close up.
Popo Beach housing project was 2018 in Monserrado County. We are discussing about a $2 million payment in August of 2023. You get that, Paul? So when you name in your county that you say you get project, you don't put Popo Beach there regarding this August 2023 $2 million payment. It's not rational to do so. 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, we're talking about a payment 2023 August, few months to election. It can't be Monserrado. If you claim that this project that you pay the $2 million for in August 2023 is for other counties, the only thing I asked for, show the pictures of the project in the other counties. That's all. The second thing, what is his name? Jefferson Chesson. We are from Broadview, Virginia, Jefferson. We all grew up there. Everybody knew us. From small children in the community. We came from there, we came to Monrovia, we went to school, we work places. Everybody knew us. When you're talking about integrity, you in Jamaica, I'm way in Liberia. We can't come near each other. Our friends in the community where we live and went to school, they know you and what you stand for, and they know me for what I stand for. From childhood days, that I on spoon. So you are my second top integrity team. Everywhere you worked, your record is there. My record is there. I worked with the bank. I left. I worked with Nuka for 6 years. I challenged CDC to show me one thing I did at Nuka. 6 years. They could not. Even though I was opposed to them. But everywhere you work, your record is there. From childhood in the community in Broadway, on football field, in school, everything you did, the record there. Everything I did, the record there. But what I want to correct is I came to school in 2018 of January. The people who Rawat Seli paid their school fee at Nokar were Pepsi Yeke's wife. And the other people who job we are sent there when Rawat Seli was there. Call her and ask her. He sent her to school in America. That was when Rawat Seli was at Nokar. I left to come to school in 2018. Rawat Seli was not to Nokar. In our senior year, that same scholarship I sent me to school was cancelled. So don't bring who went to school on Nokar. That Pepsi Yeke wife went to school fully funded on Nokar in America. I came to school in 2018. As soon as I came, they canceled that scholarship. That's the fact I want to correct. But on integrity issue, I can't correct it. Everybody know us. They know you, they know me. From childhood day, in the community, on the football field, in the school, places we work, they know you, they know me. Thank you.
They know you for.
So Stanton, let me respond.
No, you can't respond. Let get your friend a chance to talk now. You talk to the
Councilor, don't start any kind of fire, man. What
I was just correcting you.
Yeah, you are correcting. Let me make my quick point. I think we are leaving the main issue here. The issue is not about Mambe or Jefferson Chessing. No. The issue is about our country. I want everybody to be fully aware the issue is about Liberia. We brought in President Bouaka. We beg him. We say Papa can deliver the country. To do what? To chase the rascal. To chase the hooligans. Those corrupt individuals. We beg President Bouaka. We sat with him. We spoke to him. We had some good conversation. He is so convincing that on day one, corruption is number one enemy. On day one, drugs is enemy number one. What happened today? Don't give us sweet words. Don't give us Sunday school story. How are you trying? We'll get there. That's not him. That's the code system. Blah, 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 blah. My friend, time. Click, 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 click. We are missing the mark. Make no mistake. This thing will not be done to our expectation. Because now the president's eyes is open, clear, clear, clear. The decision is in front of President Bouaka to make. Where is Money Captain today? LEC. With the LEC report so damaging. Where is Money Captain today? He playing golf in Ghana and South Africa, somewhere else around the world. Where is Money Captain today? If Joey come back, Money Captain coming back. And everything else is erased. And the Liberian people remain in abject poverty, darkness, and nobody can restore that place. On a Money Captain, Le Banco, they let people to buy token for LDC, Paul Kennedy. The report said they have never reported to the government call for the GST. On a Money Captain, there was no budget system that GSC can find. Who are helping Money Captain? Adam Sharif. We need to forget about attacking each other and tell Mr. President that's the reason why the Liberian people put you there. Adam Sharif still working. Mohammed Sharif said Adam Sharif must still be there. Where is the $17 to $100 million? Nobody calling for investigation. Nobody, no one in the government questioning what become of the money. No one. But you want to tell us that Jovia, he didn't pay hospital. That Jovia, they didn't pay the one in Greenville. That's not what we're talking about. Liberian people, that's not what we're talking about. Just LDC alone. They have destroyed LDC and the pattern continues. Paul Kennedy, what Money Captain left back is happening today on the LDC. These guys, they are not remitting to the government.
They are still selling current. JEP from Nima Kante, Flood Tuma with a company. They are not remitting. Le Banco is not remitting. You're putting each other and say who the smaller role. But where are these guys? They are still driving the luxury cars. They are still traveling. They are still within the government. So the question remains, what is President Bouaka doing? How long will it take the president to prosecute? Can we call Money Captain to come back in the country that will prosecute him? Can this president do that? Can the president question Money Captain, say, where is the Liberian people money? But want to know, where is the Liberian people money, Money Captain? Where is the Liberian people, man? Where is the Liberian people money? Adam Sherry is still begging for his job. He's still begging Mohammed Sharif. So Liberian people, should Mohammed Sharif hire Adam Sharif? Should he still be there? He was the chief financial officer on the Money Captain. But you know where though? Tomorrow we'll give you the documents. Why should Adam Sharif still be there? He should be prosecuted. He should be taken to court. Money Captain and his son Adam Sharif, both of them, should be questioned. But government not questioning anybody, even with the GSA report on LDC. So let me move. I beg for another 30 seconds. Let me move. Look at D1. D1 gave 500,000 for motor vehicle. All the cars they say D1 boy is all gone. You can't find one. D1 is getting in contract with the Lebanese people. Look at the Amajira Hospital. Every day they buy the machine, you can't find it. The allegation that D1 just bribing everybody. This allegation is concerning. But D1 still got his job. If the world was so bad, our quiet, innocent, shining puppet, Joseph Ima Bouaka, why he's not calling for prosecutor on the world? Why he came, then he cancel other people. Now we get the thing. The president, I can't agree. He cancel other people taking position, right? The one taking position is that's here. Let he cancel and prosecute the world. Why is that not happening? But I know why it's not happening. The same the way that make his way on a job Manawea has made his way on a President Bouaka. You have eaten my car food. You can talk against me. And that's the problem. So let's stop attacking each other. It's from up. CDC that small role, United Party that big role. Well, we don't need them. If we bring Joe Manawea in power tomorrow, Joe Manawea will keep the way, and he will bring back Money Captain. If you bring back Joe Manawea and say be president tomorrow, Kayo, I double dare you. Joe Manawea know these players. You know who contributing to the party headquarters? That is same guys then. The Money Captain and the Dewey, they all contributing. That's the same guys then. Because they want to be in power after Joseph Bouaka leaves. You know who's supporting General something power in my country? Flood Tuma. The allegation that as per the report, they are not contributing. Flood Tuma from my country. Who protecting Flood Tuma? With this allegation, what can the government do? You eat your own, I eat my own. You chop, I chop, go back, chop. Back to the coup. So they go, so they bad. But they will make pupu cola water. You can't touch it. You can't touch it. So we are the victim of our own decision, Kanyo. We begged for the change, but the change wasn't a change. The change was Una went to come there and chop my own too. Then I will go. The Liberian people problem will still be the same. May God save our state. May God save our country. But I do believe with the hope that the right person will come forth. I do believe that. Our country is King Joseph Bouaka. Like I will tomorrow, check on ready. All the report in the chat room, the LRA report, you see it, you cry for yourself. What the what Jara doing? I think I just put it in the chat room. For the LRA GNC report, double Jara. The whole country is damaged. And I will end on this. The revolving door on the debt, that's something they call over 700 debt. That Gaswa saved the country. These people are going to court. They are challenging the court system. People from the finance ministry telling them to go to court. When the court call us to go testify, we're not show up. After 2-3 times, we come and say, the court will say, okay, the people not showing up, you're getting money. And once the court rule that Finabolo can get her money, nobody can stop it. Once the court rule that SSF can get his money, they get his money. $5.1 million went to SSF. Gafan get a money check. $5.1 million because the court rule. George Bole, $2.3 million against George Bole. Because nobody could challenge them. You know why? These guys getting kickback. So they make sure they teach the people how to make the money. Go look at the GSC, court review. They pay George Bole $2.3 million. They pay SSF, Fawad Hazazwa, whatever your Lebanese name is, $5.1 million. Is this the change we asked for? We come on the show every day, my friend. These guys, then they are sleeping in the Rajkassan Hotel. They are enjoying themselves. They're playing golf. They don't care. They will come back. They will come back. They will come back. They will rake again and they will go. And the Liberian people will remain stupid. Look at our own former protest, Abochie. He enjoyed himself. Nobody can touch him. Eton and Eboma coming back again. Abochie is right here. The government is rotting. The country is rotting. They go in the society house. They go in the society house. They just enjoy themselves and rake from the Liberian people. And every day we say, we're fighting for the people. Amoya, Awezu. Amoya, Awezu. You say Awezu, the man and cheering here, America cheering. You say Awezu, they're getting a fat bank account. And you all day you open it, people do. Muya, Amoya, Awezu. We got to think and find the right leader. All the other leaders we have, they are suckers. They are vampires. They are bats hanging from the tree, ready to suck the jackal vein and take any which blood coming from there. And at the end of the day, you will find so many kind of Baba saying, I will CDC by a century. I will CDC by a century. No, I will deal with this guy according to the law that govern the show. May God save our state. May God bless you all. On this note, gentlemen, have a good night, yeah? The show finished.
How the show finish? The show can finish. In fact,
give us 30 seconds, man, to close.
You guys spoke, and I told you, right, Councilor, can you, right? No,
Let's take a vote. Let's take a vote.
No, my man.
Yeah,
let
me see who all want
to close.
But everybody closed, and I finalized that. Nelson, can you come on? Okay.
No.
Everybody will close, to be fair, and our brother Kanye will be last.
But I'm going to see you about executive action before. So
okay.
I have been given the executive action before. I said that, but now folks here that are part of the board, the chairman of the board, they are making a decision. So once the board speak, I gotta listen. Nelson, can you come on? Let's start with you. 2 minutes to close.
Thank you.
Thomas Aguilas, Paul Kennedy, yeah, it's lifted. Kanye, you will be last. You will take us home. I spoke already. I'm not speaking again. Guys, let's respect the 2 minutes and move on.
Thank you. Article 58 of the Liberian Constitution provides for the president to present his administration's legislative program for the ensuing session. That means before every session, the president got to provide his legislative programs, his administration's legislative programs. The president announced the establishment of a court to help the LSCC because, you know, a lot of activities going on in different sections of the court. So we need a special court. President Boyka, in 2 years, have failed to present a bill that will establish that court. In 2 years, he has failed. So you cannot shift the blame on the LSCC because there have been a lot of indictments, slow results from the court because we need a specific court to fast track court. The president failed to do that in 2 years, and you want to blame the LSCC instead of blaming the president in the president constitutional function under Article 58. Mame asked some very important question about the locations of some of these housing units in the years. In Zozo District, Lofa County, 2023. In Salary, Lofa County, 2023. Between Bon and Lofa, Bonsa, the bridge there, Bonsa, that is 2023. As soon as you cross the bridge from Bon into Nimba County, that is around 2022. When you're approaching Ganta, another one there, that 2022. I just wanted to tell you that, look, when we come on the show, we come with concrete information. And I insist, especially when you talk about the 2M, I insist that nobody stole any money. Nobody. Audit, let the LCC go and investigate. But what my men ought to have failed to flag, and they are escaping, that a minister of state who was not appointed unilaterally wrote NASCO in consultation with President Boakai and took 500,000 assets out of a vehicle. They see NASCO. And guess what? John Lobo riding one of the vehicles in the city of Monrovia as I speak to you. A contractor, a government vehicle. Not only that, the $10 million project in Foya, NASCO is helping to bankroll that project. That $10 million project in Foya, NASCO is helping to bankroll it. When somebody says CDC should not be talking, we're talking because we know your hand in the cookie jar. President Boakai, including himself, the Unity Party hand, dangerously in the cookie jar. When you go to LPRC, you run. When you go to NASCO or NAFA, or you go to NOCA, you will be shocked. You will be shocked in one day. In one day at NOCA, at the UBA account, I got a document. We're just waiting for the battle. One day they pay the contractor almost $500,000 at 1 p.m. and at 5 p.m. Under this government. The contractor, they say that Safwa gave him contract. The government pay the money to him. The same contractor Hassan, that the one who did Joseph Boakai House expansion. Why NOCA does not have the 7th floor? The adjustment of the contract told NOCA to extra 2 floors, the 6th and 7th floor, but they're not doing 7th floor. They only stop at 6. That money they took it to expand Joseph Boakai House. Already, we're ready for battles. We have self-government and we're privileged to documents and information. We've been waiting for this moment. We'll fight them in their own government because we have prima facie evidence against them. That's why Vabamu, or how you call him, he's not going nowhere. You won't go after the former president, go after in the 300,000 they told. You said that the former president and the company, y'all go arrest the people. Go arrest them. Vabamu know why you get the money to them. What are they in Bay School? They in Bay Hospital, they in Bay Hospital, y'all go after them. But why Boakai not going after them? Because they let Graceful arrange with NASCO to surprise the president in your home in Foya for that $10 million project that had the late Graceful wrote NASCO for that first money for the vehicles. These are records. The audit is from 2022 to what? That 2024 or that only 2023. The audit that they're talking about. But why they're not talking about the $500,000? Why are they cherry picking? Why Mame, I want Mame to be on the show and escape. Let me tell you why Mame fighting Pepsi West and why he's fighting Safwa. The battle will ensue against the Unity Party. He's fighting Safwa and Pepsi West because Pepsi West was the general counsel for NOCA. And she became vice president for NOCA. And Safwa was there. They dismissed him. He was dismissed and he couldn't report the car. And because they broke down NOCA, they damaged NOCA, there was no money, so they couldn't pay their school fees. That's why my man, they're fighting Pepsi Well. A qualified woman, the last time he came on the show, said that Joe, we have made a woman to get scholarship to go. Hey, mama, you're not smart or you're not more than you smart. It was advertised, or credential was put on everything in the newspaper, like you. You want to custom or academic credential, mama? In a much I can't custom you, I will not custom her. She's a qualified lawyer of the Republic of Labrador. Why they took her from NASCO and get a job to Murphy County, the Unity Party lawyer? Why they left Vabamu there?
because she didn't get your government kickback. When you requested for money for her, she said, no, I will not have my signature. Now you have $5 million or signature now on it. That she gave to you for car. Now you're 10 million or signature now on it. Even under the CDC administration in terms of the housing project, or signature or nothing that would have been conflict of interest. I defy the Unity Party government to bring any document. We got a moral right to talk because these are criminals who come to power. They only wanted to steal. And they pretentiously presented themselves as the political messiah. They presented themselves as somebody who will redeem and rescue this country. They don't have the moral standing. That's why we have the voice. You say Akara's Gray were on Central Bank, CBO, they see my mate, King on the show, and Miss Lester.
That make progress. We gotta go.
Only for $45,000. Me, Buffer Chim, and Thomas Farah, just for the other report of Camel, you go realize they say ECOWAS.
I can't will let you respond. Let's make progress. We gotta go.
30 seconds, please. I beg you, please. We're in flight are very dangerous.
No, you are not. You're just scratch.
There's money laundering ongoing. The money that you can receive from Liberia, every month end, we will make that report that they can send to you to come on the show and other show to just write every day. You writing GSC report.
That's a lot. Let's make progress here. Let's make progress here. That's not true.
Let's make for the money you're getting.
All right, thank you
for the
very
money that you're receiving.
The honorable man, the honorable man, thank you very much. You see, thank you very much, honorable great. Let's make this part go properly. No, don't go and say good night. You do this yesterday, you won't do it again. You run away. You talk. You're an honorable man, then you run away from the kitchen. You got to stay on. But again, I will say this to you, not to take time out time yet. Akara's got right to talk, my man. You get this guy. The allegation that he contributed to CDC party headquarters through the channel that we know. You get the word from Bubu tested in and there that the government, the president wanted to fire him most recently. They still waiting for Bushman Keita to prepare the document and send it in. Bushman, the legal advisor, refusing to do that job. This is why Akara's crying. Because the CDC money machine has been alleged. It's the word from Bubu, the word and the rest of them. These people are contributing big time, bigly, to the rebuilding of the CDC party headquarters, right under the eyes and the nose of Joseph Yeman Boyka. The people are angry. This man is silencing other media institutions, not to talk about him. Has been alleged. This is a dangerous time, my people. This government will not survive if you have the word from Bubu playing cat and mouse game. Why should we have the word says standing over there? The amount of money that live in NASCAR. You take it, you win. You take it, you lose. Kaka can't play because you want to survive in the next government. How should we? Why? Why the Liberian people should even entertain this? Why President Boyka with the report from NASCAR is by evidence that the word should be suspended. Can the president suspend him? Can they hold him into question? These are serious times in our country, and we need to speak to it. Why the word must still have his job? The Liberian people want answer from Joseph Yeman Boyka. We sit down here where they were talking and the people then start smoking peace, pipe, running money. And if you want to contribute to CDC, I don't care. But what we are seeing, these allegations, what we are hearing, that these guys then putting tens of thousands of dollars to CDC party headquarters. And we're sitting out here from day one. That place been bleeding with money. NASCAR is bleeding. There is no Band-Aid. There is no intervention. Any surgical intervention can stop the bleeding from NASCAR. And we're sitting out here, you see Akara's grenade. They are bold to come and tell us you can do nothing. We're coming back. They are bold, Tama. Because you know what? They get the people that are sucking the money from this government. I don't blame them. I blame Joseph Yeman Boyka. Let's make progress, Tamba. Let's hear you. Tamba.
Yeah, thank you, CEO. It was a good show. I miss you guys a little bit for a week. I'm getting better energy now. Hopefully, I'll be back regularly as usual. But when we come on this show, Stanton, as I've always said, to talk about Liberia, for me, Liberia comes first. Liberia comes first over my loyalty to a political party. that bro will always come first over my loyalty to an individual. And I understand the passion with which, people who are in the opposition or who have found themselves out of power now, come forward to spew a lot, because as you rightly said, CEO, sometimes the lack of action or inaction or the slowness by which this government is moving sometimes to address the issue of corruption is giving people who have no moral rectitude whatsoever to come on here and talk about the issue of corruption. But it is their right. As Liberians, every Liberian should have the right to speak against the ills of society, even if some of them were there for 6 years or 12 years and they misused that authority. Article 34, Section E of the Constitution actually gave the legislature the power to constitute courts inferior to the Supreme Court, including claim courts or other courts as prescribed in the powers that they may deem necessary. So this is where the power of the legislature comes in. This is where sometimes I feel that the legislature can feel like a rubber stamp. And I understand the power of the presidency and the power of the stamp of the purse. But the legislature, sometimes the people who elect them to go there, they ask themselves, what is our legislators doing for us? What are our senators and our representatives doing for us? How are they holding the government feet to their account? How are they bringing check and balance? How will someone like Senator Howard Che be linked to a corruption allegation of $300,000 or $600,000 or even $2 million with a bogus construction company, instead of he being there to support the work and the interests of his community and his county and his district? So for me, the fight against corruption center, we understand that President Walker has shown more willingness than the previous 6 years of the CDC-led government to fight corruption. But sometimes it feels like it's moving at a snail pace. Von Barnes have been executive director of NASCAR for the last 3 governments. Why is he still there? What is the interlocking relationship that is keeping him there, despite the fact that there are reports linking him to corruption, bribery allegation, trying to buy influence to retain his position? He should be suspended, even if it is a tenure position. When there's clear evidence against someone who is in a tenure position, they should be suspended pending the outcome. But look, the fight against corruption, CEO, must change. Something radical has to happen. It must continue to be a multifaceted approach, which means you have to move swiftly on prosecuting corruption cases, allegation of corruption. You have to suspend more people, but prosecute. Let's institute some real action and sanction. Ban people for a lifetime. Change the law if you have to change it. But look, we have so much to do. When I look at the group of 77 or disabled community protesting in the streets of Monrovia, it hurts my heart. When I see many college graduates across Monrovia reaching out, big brother, some of them, they can even be older than you, but they're calling you big brother because they want you to help them. There's no job. There are no jobs across the country. It pains me when you still have hospitals and clinics and schools without the proper equipment or staffing or training needed to really help the next generation. It pains me. And for me, this is where we say, look, as much as we support this president, but we want his actions to move this country forward. We want him to take swift action and hold people accountable for corruption, remove them. If you have to change them like diapers, do that. Someone has said that on the show before. Do that. But we need to put the interest and the need of this country first. Let's cater to the social economic well-being of our people. That's what Liberians are yearning for. That's what Liberians are crying for. Not individuals, not 1% of the population, Satan. So look, this has been a really good show. It's always a pleasure to come on here and advocate and speak on behalf of our people. Let's move this country forward. Let's put this country forward. Thank you, Stanton.
Thank you, Tama. Thank you very much. We're going to hear from the Honorable Paul Kennedy, Jefferson Chessie, and then Mama will take us home.
Yeah, thank you, Stanton. I think it was a good show. When we always come to discuss difficult issues confronting our country, regardless of our party affiliation or our differences as colleagues, it behooves us to be objective when we speak about issues concerning our people. Senator, if government is not well structured, our people will continue to suffer into the next decade. Because the economic realities of the 21st century has changed. I don't want to say it's changing. It has changed. Before then, you had government that were giving aid all around. The American government is cutting aid, and they're going to continue to cut aid from helping other people. Wars, there will be rumors of war. There will be war in other nations that are superpower nations, and that in itself going to bring some challenges for industrial country. When those things happen, the countries that suffer most are countries like Liberia, because at that time, the dependency on foreign aid, the dependency on international assistance, all dwindles, because now you have to take care of yourself, right? So Liberia needs to rethink its strategy. And when I say Liberia, I'm talking about our leaders, people who are opportune to have the ability to lead the country into prosperity, have to do this with sincerity. They have to be strategic about it. They have to be meaningful about it. If they're not, we're going to keep saying this very thing for the next 10, 20 years if God gave us that length of time to live. In an institution like NASCO or NOCA or all of these companies we're talking about here, supposed to be integrity companies that should be bringing money to our people. The other day I talked about the cost sharing, the profit sharing agreement in the NOCA Act. Mame, you should know about it. That when the oil resources come, Liberia and every Liberia, all 5 million of us should get some of that money to an account. Has that even happened? Or it was only good on paper when NOCA Act was set up. But since NOCA became a functioning institution, nobody can tell me they put $1 million aside to say we'll divide the money among people or we'll give it to the Liberian people. And any government that is not doing that is flooding, is stealing from the Liberian people. Because when the Act and the Constitution said this is supposed to be done on behalf of the people, and the government come to power and don't do it, then the government is stealing from the people, right? So we really need to be honest with ourselves. LACC and all these, integrity institutions doing audits, how is that coming back to prosecution of the people who are found to be, indicted, maybe even guilty? All right, you say they're guilty, you take them off their job. Then what? What's happening to the people who have been, suspended or dismissed from their position as a result of fraud? So they just go work scot-free, and the next election time they run for representative or senator, and the Liberian people elect them again? These things need to stop, or else the country will continue to go in the same direction it's going. So every night when we take our time and come here to discuss the issues, we are only regurgitating and being repetitive on things that will happen again if the right measures are not put in place. Mohammed, just before I close, we have the Local Government Act and the County Development Agenda. Those two laws gave Liberian, the 15 counties, some autonomy. But the central government is afraid to even delegate the autonomy under the law the county had, because they want the money all sitting down to fund administration, and the people there taking it away from the county. Sometimes allocations don't go to the county for a long
Paul, can I interrupt you? You brought something up which is so good, Paul. The Internal Affairs Minister, he was dead today. They tried to question him about the money that was in the project. The man ate all the money. The one that they allocated, Paul. Let's listen to him briefly. I beg you. I know you stay in flat. I want us to listen to him. The money that they allocated, they say, my man, the man said he would do this, do that. The question, man, let's listen to him.
In the case of the House, we just sent a text communication a few weeks ago requesting a list of projects from the Honorable House, individual projects, giving us the location so that we verify the site, and then we go through the tenor. At the level of the Ministry of Finance, the minister is cooperating very well. Requirements are to come from the legislature, the higher regime, as far as the house projects are concerned. What the issue we have is that the Ministry of Finance is prepared and willing to make the funds available once we complete the process. We have communicated that with the leadership of the House and waiting for you to just do the needful for us to begin the implementation with immediate effect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Lamar.
Thank you, Minister. Approach the chair.
Approach your chair.
You see how they protected the man that said inquiry? You know where he was going? Now you know the saying that the majority black and the minority black, right? The minister just lied. We are in October. That money gone. The people want to say, but the money belongs to our district and our county. The minister lied. So the person from the minority black said inquiry. The speaker, not exactly. It was all stage managed. He said approach the bench. Then when the person wanted to, all the other guys that supported it say no inquiry, no inquiry. This is terrible for our country. And that's where our problem begins. And that's where our problem ends. Internal Affairs Minister, you remember the 50,000 Musa ability they're crying about? That's what they meant to about. So now the guy said inquiry. They said, no, approach the bench, no inquiry. Because they know the problem that was about to come up. But Paul Kennedy, you just reminded me to play this. We are in some serious situation in our country. If we don't have leadership change, forget it. Liberia will never, ever be any better.
And Stanton, we continue to say it, but of course, if you don't have power, you speak to the very Liberian people, they tend to ignore what you are telling them, or if you don't have money, they tend to ignore what you are telling them, and as a result, they see the kind of living they're going through. If the Internal Affairs Minister knew what the hat he's wearing stand for, he will not even wear that hat. That hat is a colonial hat worn by masters, people who came from England to exploit our people. Then he wear it, he's standing there in our...
But Paul, back in the days, it used to be hip, right? Because everybody was trying to what? Identify with that clique of people.
With the colonial, yes.
Because it's like, even to get ahead in the society.
That hat is demeaning to our people. It's not a good hat. But he's wearing it and they're talking. Look, but Senator, let me just tell you something. Our people have to think of who they elect, because government is the enabler for the life you live. To live a better life, your government has to set the stage. I see people, we don't need to depend on government for everything. I agree. But if government does not set the standards, I don't care what business you invest in, it's going to diminish over time, because standards need to be set, the enabling environment needs to be created, even the school system you are going to needs to be supported from a regulatory base so that the quality of education your children get is better. The health system needs to be augmented so that, of course, it's able to cover all of the citizens. So government has a big role to play, right? And the people who serve in those positions have to have integrity. They need to be honest. They need to have vision, and they need to have empathy. So it was a good show, Stanton. And we're always willing to come to share our experience. Liberian people have to think outside of the box, and they have to do things differently if they want to get different results. You keep electing the same. I always spoke a parable. I say you can take a man from a 3-bedroom house and put him in a 5-bedroom house. If he used to people to pay on the 3-bedroom house, you carry him to the 5-bedroom house, he will still people to pay. Changing his environment does not take his attitude from him. You elect a criminal, somebody who used to steal when he was a minister, as a senator or a representative, they're going to continue to steal in the House of Representatives or the House of Senate. Liberian people, you need to revisit the people you make your leaders, because they will improve your life or they will cause your life to continue to diminish. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It's a good show.
24. JJC?
Thank you, Stanton. Thank you very much. And I will tell you, Stanton, why this government cannot prosecute any corruption case. But before we go there, let me just clarify some things Mami said. Mami, I was not in when you said a lot of things, but when I came back, I heard you talking about professional law. Mami, the assistant minister job was my very first government job. I worked for the UN. When I left the UN, I worked for the EU. I worked for the World Bank. I worked for the USAID. My last position was a procurement specialist for USAID Liberia projects. Secondly, you should know that no one that works for any international organization will enter the employment without being background checked. If I did anything at any of my previous workplace, I would not have another job in the international community. I've worked internationally and locally with international partners, like the World Bank, EU, the UN, USAID. My last position was a consultant with the USAID. That's a high-profile job. You don't know me. My first job in the government was being appointed by former President Weah as assistant minister. Before then, I worked all my life in the international organizations. There are people I work with, they are still there. Every international organization I left, I got a higher position in other places. So there's no way you can commit any crime at one international organization and get a higher job at another international organization. That's not government job. No, my first government job was with Public Works. So leave that. And let me let you know the reason why this government under Bouaka and his gang of thieves cannot prosecute any corruption case is because they are more corrupt than the previous government. And this is why I said, Mami, you support this government. And you supported the last government under Eli. Those government was the most corrupt government in our country's history. Eli presided over a regime that has been labeled and classified as the most corrupt in our country's history. Bouaka, under 2 years, has proven to be more corrupt than the CDC, or almost 2 times more corrupt. I heard Vandela talking about the 500,000 that was given under our administration from NASCA. Former President we have passed an executive order that you cannot pay anything above $10,000. Fambumbus or whoever you call him were coerced by Bouaka and his Minister of State to release that money. Otherwise, they will remove him from his job. They forced him to give that money, not without the consent of former President Weah. You get almost all the other reports coming out on your own people. You can't prosecute them because you are corrupt. I have never worked with government. That was my first job, Mami. You don't know me. I'm not. I did not speak to your integrity. I spoke to the fact that you don't have the right to speak about corruption. We do, because we fought corruption. Your government hands are in the cookies just stealing. You didn't come to rescue. You came to steal. And this is evident by what you're doing. You've gone almost 2 years. You haven't convicted one past government official for corruption. You promised that you are going to prosecute corruption in this country when you take power. You have voted on that basis. But up to now, you cannot. You cannot prosecute one person or have one person convicted for corruption. No, you can't, because you are corrupt yourself. Let's talk about the Metex contract. You say you're going to end that contract with a bad deal. You came, what did you do? You changed the names and put your names there. In less than 1 year, many of your officials are caught in corruption in the same Metex deal. So you can. You lack the capacity. Bouaka has no fresh ideas to run this country. He has ran out of steam. The country is in autopilot. Corruption has taken over and will get worse, Stanton. It will get worse. pushing forward to 2029, most of the government officials will get more corrupt than what you're seeing now. This government has no intention of fighting corruption. They don't have that intention. You promised during your first speech to the nation that you're going to establish a fast-track court to prosecute corruption cases. What happened? Why that bill hasn't been submitted to the legislature? Why? If you serious about fighting corruption, you cherry pick. You are involved in every corruption scandal. You still keep your people in position that have been prosecuted for corruption. The coalition loafer, they have indicted the man. Up to now, he's still serving your government. Many government officials have been indicted for corruption. They are not removed from the position. Bouaka is complicit in corruption. He's the president. All the guys are his agent. He's vicariously liable for corruption in this country. Because those that are committing the crimes are his agents, and he aware of them, and he cannot take any action. So no, the government is corrupt, my man. Don't protect them. Don't protect them. They will never prosecute one former government official for corruption. They will never. They will never, because they are involved. Like what Honorable Grace said, you move Mrs. Yeke from that place simply because she stood in the way of that 500,000 being released from NASCOP. That's why you took her off, regardless of the fact she had 10 new jobs. And Mame would not have behaved the way Bouaka did by taking people from 10 new jobs. No, Fambumbusa had a 10 new job, and he performed, and he was reappointed. Yes, we couldn't have moved him. There are other people, your people, that are on 10 new jobs. We kept them there. But no, Bouaka can't remove them to put his own corrupt people into positions. You did not come to rescue Mame. You came to steal from the Liberian people. The Bouaka administration and the Unity Party are gangs of thieves. They don't have the teeth to bite on corruption. They lie to the Liberian people. Up to now, that nothing has been done about fighting corruption. You only move people from position because you want to put your people there. You did not prosecute them. What happened with the Noka issue? Why they haven't prosecuted that case? What happened with the fishery? Why up to now you only move those people pretending like you want to fight corruption because you want to put your corrupt partisan into those positions? Simple. You did not fight corruption. You're not fighting corruption. If you're fighting corruption, by now those people will be in court fighting to exonerate themselves if those allegations were true. But they are not. You only move the people to put your own corrupt people there. So no, your government is corrupt, very corrupt. They cannot fight corruption. They lack the capacity to do that. Thank you, Stenton. And today was a very good show, Stenton. I appreciate the job you do, and it's good for our country.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mame. Mame, take us home.
Yeah, let me say this. We started. I will come to you, but let me speak to the core issue here. We started with highlighting two major transactions that will create NASCOP. We will go a step further. We're receiving additional information. The $2 million that were transferred in August of 2023, Akara, what sense does it make? We say you transfer $2 million in 2023. Then you tell me, say, I spent some to build housing unit in 2018. I mean, what sense does it make? In 2023, then you're telling me you spend it in 2018. It doesn't make sense. So Akara need to go and come back and tell us the $2 million that was sent to NASCOP in August of 2023. What housing project NASCOP spent it on between August to January 2024? All the projects he talked about, say, Popo Beach was constructed way 2018. 19, 20, 21, 22, almost 4 years before this payment was made. So it's illogical to say you received $2 million in 2023, but then you're telling me that you spend it in 2018. It's illogical. Abachi and his Southeastern Solution received $300,000 to build in November of 2018, when the election of 2023, when the election was going on. In the middle of the election, he and his Southeastern Solution received $300,000, claiming they were building schools in Grand Crew County. You came to represent the people. The least you can do for them is to not do anything, but not to steal in their name. Not to steal in their name. We have asked county officials, they've not seen any school built by Southeastern Solution through NASCOP for Grand Crew County. Those are the things we're talking, and the LACC should be able to move in to begin to investigate these things. We saw them a few days to NACO insurance company running behind $15,000 transaction. Yeah, we're talking about $2 million. We're talking about $300,000. They should muster that same courage to go to it. Jefferson, you and I, like I said before, and we're meeting here, and everybody know, and our own school people know Jefferson. We went to school. We live in communities, in workplaces. The society know us. Spoon cannot change me to be a criminal. Spoon cannot change you to be a good man. The records are there. You were a United Party person. You ran on United Party's ticket as United Party candidate in District 17. But today, for 6 years, you are with United Party. I don't have a problem with you moving from one place to another, but you were with them. You were on United Party's ticket as United Party's candidate, campaigning with Ellen. But besides that, you were a public works ministry. They dismissed you from there. You were there seeing Jeff recently, right after 2023, were complaining that you get Pepsi, you can't know how many $1,000 for a job. That's not how people can get a job. Yes, it. You are the first person in Georgia government to have been caught for defrauding government. You were using public works detail-free privileges to divert continuance. That's what you did. Even when small in the community, Sarah Bessler Nyati, brother, her family knows your story. Don't push us. Let's just leave it. Your character will speak for you. My character will speak for me. People know us. Spoon cannot change us. Rawal Salif did not send me to school. The people that Rawal Salif sent to school, nobody canceled a scholarship. The people Rawal Salif sent to school, nobody there canceled a scholarship. They went to school, they completed, they came back. Pepsi Yeke Wef, that one of them. I came to school in 2018, and they canceled my scholarship. And I went to school through means I'm proud of. So yes, the people Rawal Salif sent to school, nobody canceled a scholarship. I Pepsi Yeke Wef, who canceled a scholarship? Nobody. But when I came to school, immediately in 2018, canceled my scholarship. But I went to school. So you all found different stories. But spoon cannot make you good. Spoon cannot make me bad. We live our life from kindergarten to 12th grade to university to community. People know us and they know you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nelson, can you come on? We appreciate each and every one of you come back again tomorrow. So therefore tomorrow, Paul Kennedy Tamba, Agadas, and Jefferson Chesson, and every one of you will be going deeper into NASCA, into LEC, LRA. The other reports out will be talking about the LACC report that they just put up also. It's going to be a unique program tomorrow. We want to tell you, man, just sit back and enjoy the show. We got to push this government, and we got to push for the better change. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Jefferson Chessie. Have a good night. Paul Kennedy, have a good night. Tamba.
Thank you, Stanton. You had a good show today.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, every one of you. Again, I will say to all of you, thank you for everything you continue to do, the birthday, the graduation greetings to James Golden Flomo. Yes, indeed, he made us proud. We want to recognize him. Happy graduation day to him as he enjoyed himself. Since the man graduated, well, according to the man can pick up my phone, Nelson. Seriously, I'm concerned.
The celebration.
Wow, so you can't even customer us now, right?
After the
all right. After the celebration, we'll have the after party. I want to say to you, thank you very much for noticing. It's always good having you. Till we meet again, may God bless you. May God bless the entire network. Sorry for the glitch that we experienced on the show. We're trying to dig deeper and investigate, but thank you for spending the rest of your time, your evening on this program with us. We appreciate every one of you. Now, I'm going to call the last 10 individual names here to recognize them. Nelson, can you see? Is that Panaco? I think that the name. Bobby Zina White, we appreciate you. Mervyn Diagay, thank you for joining us. Fede Bala, as always. I know Fede will be among the 10. Musa Hassan Beriti. Oh my God. See you, my man. I'm calling you too, Musa. It's good to see you, Chairman. Wendy Brown, it's good to see you. Musa, I will call you, don't worry. Okay, let me call Musa. You have a good night.
Leader chairman, see you.
But the thing confused, I'm not a chairman for Liberty Party, chairman for CPP. The men are chairman for life. And, you know, but you only say Liberty Party, like good party, together, one party headquarters. So we're there without them all. So thank you very much, Nelson. Have a good day. Let me pack my stuff and go in peace. Bye, folks. Enjoy yourself. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Well, thanks to everyone for being here again. We appreciate you. You can join us tomorrow for another Spoon Talk. The program will be live. But I want to say thanks to all of our partner radio stations, Voice of Liberia, Trust FM in Bowman County, Premier FM in Bong, Trend Radio in Grand Crew, Radio Yalaman in Seklip in Nimba County, and all the other radio stations relaying the program. We appreciate you all. And we want to say thanks as well to the many of you who shared the program across your different chat rooms and social media handles. We appreciate you as well for doing just that. And thanks to the many of you who called in from the very start of the program, sharing your thoughts, saying what's on your minds. We appreciate you as well for that. And we look forward to being here tomorrow. But just before we go, let me do a special birthday greeting to you, Mr. Amos Moses Weefor. You're celebrating. It's already 12 a.m. here in Liberia. So you're celebrating your birthday today. I want to say happy birthday to you. I wish you all the best. Thanks for being an ardent follower of the Spoon Talk, and we appreciate you. And want to say happy birthday to you. And again, congratulations to James Gude Flomo as he graduates today from university there in Poland. Congratulations to you, James. We wish you all the best, and thanks for keeping your head up high. And yes, to all of you celebrating one way or the other, we say thanks. We say congratulations to you, or happy birthday to you. And that is if you're celebrating your birthday today. We look forward to being here tomorrow. Until then, I'm Nelson Colette. Yes, have a good night. Josh Morris Jr., Jorancy, we are. Charles Dylan, thank you for being here. Passcode. We appreciate you as well for being here with us. Yes, we look forward to being here tomorrow. Until then, have a good night and bye-bye for now.
I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Africa.